your terms and conditions are to your service providers, gentlemen. You will own the World Wide Web. This entire planet, Earth, globe, is going decentralized. Decentralized simply means the spider organization, the central head of centralizing everything and monopolizing power, decision-making, money, health, and so on, will be all decentralized. You will have the vote. You will have the electoral power. You will have your own say in your health. You will have own say and own your own money, making you the banker, thanks to the crypto world. You will be able to dictate what your terms and conditions are to your service providers, which are called bureaucrats. The power of the decentralization, the World Wide Web, you, the people, are the World Wide Web. It was successfully hijacked about 20 years ago when they talked people out of the torrents. Well, the torrents are back. It's got a new name and it's got a new system of safeguard, what they call fail-safes, called blockchain. Because of the fail-safe systems in place, the power, the knowledge, you being the banker, you being in charge of your own health, making decisions on your behalf, being in a position of electoral power like the Electoral College, and that you don't give up your electoral powers to a third party known as a politician, because politicians are going to become obsolete. You will be able to conduct your own affairs. Who needs a politician when you're in charge of your own money and not centralized like the Federal Reserve or Bank of England or the Euro? Who is in need of a politician on finance? Who needs a finance secretary? You're conducting your affairs yourself. Who needs a finance minister? You don't. Who needs a health minister? If you're in charge of your own health and the world's knowledge of how health works as opposed to the pharmaceutical means maker of poisons and potions, if you're not in need of poisons and potions, well, obviously you're going to access the natural paths of this world. You see where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen? The power of the decentralized organization, what is known as a starfish organization, is flooding this planet. Yes, the centralized governments and the banks, the centralized organizations like the companies that have monopolized 99.999% of the entire world's resources, finances, your health, your voting, your electoral power, will fight back and try to find a sweet spot. They'll find a sweet spot where they can speak to the ignorant, the stupid people that don't want to take custody of their money, that don't want to take custody of their own health, that don't want to take custody of their own responsibility. They'll try to, on the back of them, say, well, we got to use this system. You got to sign up to know your customer. Well, that's fine. And that may go that way for those people that want it that way. But the power of the decentralized organization is that the power has reverted. Ignorant people will always remain ignorant because that's the position that they want to be in. The companies will do their best to engineer ignorance and Nicaeans, and they will do their best to engineer and talk people out of their wallets, i.e. their bank accounts, i.e. their health, and so on and so forth. But you, the intelligent men on this planet, the intelligent men and women on this planet, are not going to give up your wallets, your health, are you? In fact, you're going to use your knowledge to be able to make money from. So let me explain something to you, how this world is going to roll out. This is you, the authority, the pen. The pen is mightier than the sword. You have decided to do something, write a song, make a painting, make a contract that is unique. That means when you pen it, the middleman that always takes his cut, which is like 90% or 80%, leaves you only with that. So the originator has to go through a middleman in this era, in the past era, has to go to the middleman, and you have to give the middleman a cut. And I'll give you more examples. In order you to access the end user, the middleman who takes his cut has just disappeared. Has just disappeared. Where's the middleman? So the 20%, the profit that you would make at optimum and then pay tax on it, all of that money reverts back to you. You understand what I'm saying? So let's give an example. You make a video, just as I did here, and you broadcast it on the World Wide Web, which belongs to the people, a decentralized organization, which means it doesn't need to go through YouTube like the torrents of old. And on the back of that, you get, say, 50,000 views. That means 50,000 unique people have watched your video and are going to watch it. And because of that, other groups, men and women, say it's a matter of health. Other practitioners who also practice good health can now approach you without the middleman, i.e. without YouTube, and say, can I do a little advert on you? And you say, that's fine, but tell me what is it you're going to say, because I don't deal with potions and poisons. I don't deal with pharmaceutical stuff. I deal with the herbs of the nation, as Dr. Sebi so eloquently used to put it. That revenue that would normally go to YouTube or Google, all of it will come to you. So that is you. That is you. That's the end user. The middleman has dropped out because he's got no place. And in between now comes a person that wants to benefit from your work, and he wishes to make contract with you, called a smart contract. You write that contract out and you say, yeah, I'll give you some airspace, advertising space, as long as you meet my criteria. And the criteria is that you don't sell poisons and potions on my health channel. All of that revenue comes to you. The middleman, YouTube, will no longer be there. And I know it's very difficult. It's very challenging for the average man and woman on the streets listening to this to ever imagine a world without a centralized organization. It's very hard for them to appreciate what the world would be without a Federal Reserve Bank. It's very hard for people to appreciate what it would be like not to have Washington, D.C., which is foreign to the American people, always telling them what to do. It's very hard to appreciate what the world is going to look like without a Joe Biden, without a principality, because you've been so brainwashed into thinking you can never do without these acting buffoons. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Peace and bliss to everyone that came in. I'm going to get into some reading, a couple of different things. I want to play another video or two real quick, though. Hold on 1 second, guys. I want y'all to have a very good understanding of things. I'm going to be going over quite a few things with you guys. But I'm going to start. Actually, let me see. I don't think I'm going to do the video. I'm going to do this one more before I get into the read, and then we'll get going. All right? All right, let's go. Is it? Which one? I got a few pulled up. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Okay, there we go. Just listen to the message, not the skin.
Yeah, a lot of systems. There's been a preparation ever since Kennedy was assassinated for this time period. But now, will it be the end of this year? Will it be 2023? I think it's going to be between now and sometime between the end of 2023. All these shifts and all these changes are going to happen. And along with it, what's going to be occurring is that as the systems collapse, a new system, something that benefits, that was created for the benefit of all of humanity, is already in place. Now, you have to understand, and I need you to understand this. There is only one timeline, just one. I know there's people out there talking about all these other timelines. It isn't true. There's one. Okay, that's why everybody in the cabal, the Satanists, all of it, this is why they're shitting a brick, because they can't jump out of here. They can't run anywhere. This is it. They're done. They're trapped. They're caught. There is one timeline, and we're all on it. So this is it. You don't need to focus on any of that other stuff. It isn't real any longer. All right? The Alliance, all these benevolent space star people, they would not come in and put all their resources on 3 different timelines and roll the dice. That is not how they operate. Okay? They know exactly what they want to do and how it has to be done because they've done this before. Everything is now on one timeline, and this is where everything is going to go down. That's why you're seeing everything. This is why you're seeing the panic, the freakouts, all right? Because they have nowhere to go. They're trapped. It's done. It's over. All we have to do now is play it out and the cleanup. And the cleanup's already begun. If you've been watching the dominoes happen here for the last 2 weeks, it's going to get even more exciting. It really is. Now, there is all this technology that is in black projects. Healing technology, energy technology, all of this stuff. All of this technology had been stuck in something called Space Force. It was not official. It was off the books. And it's been off the books for 50 plus years.
I wanted to do a couple of more videos, but I'm going to get right into the read because I'm going to try and get through a few books today. I think I'm going to start here. A few different things so I can show you guys a couple of things. Let me see what page I'm going to go to. Let me see. Hold on a second. I think I need to start in the preface just to give you guys a little bit of what's going on. Okay, but we're going to not start the beginning of it, but the middle of it, so we can move through, because I definitely want to get through a few books, guys. Sometimes it's hard to stop because when we get into the information, you're unveiling things, but we definitely need to do this. Okay, so I'm going to start here. You'll get the gist. You guys know I'm not going to leave you hanging.
Creed at the Council in Self-Defense. This is a most important point, and I have tried to keep an open mind and to indicate which of my conclusions depend upon this theory and which do not. In my Creed at Caesarea, Krieger, Meyer, Seeberg, son of another Berlin professor, R. Seeberg, Die Synode von Antiochie NIMR 324-25. This promising son of a distinguished father was fortunate in that for his book, a prize exercise and a first-rate piece of war he had help from his father, Harnack, Hall, Deisman, and P. Meyer. He was able to quote in support of Schwartz, his father, Hall, seek. Against the theory he quotes Duchesne, who does not give any reasons for his opinion, now, G. Krieger, and Barton-Hewer, also 2 Russian writers, Lebedew and Spassky, translated for him by his father. I have given the summary of the Schwartz-Harnack controversy because if this debated Synod of Antioch be accepted, it modifies our opinion about the policy of Constantine and still more about the opinions of Eusebius of Caesarea, who was temporarily excommunicated by that Synod. Did he bring up his 1 R. Seeberg, Dogmengeschichte, ed. 2. Creed at the Council in Self-Defense? This is a most important point, and I have tried to keep an open mind and to indicate which of my conclusions depend upon this theory and which do not. In my chapter on our Nicene Creed, I have considered recent arguments adduced by Badcock * against Hort's famous theory of its origin, c. that it is the baptismal creed of Jerusalem revised by the insertion of Nicene terms, not a direct revision of the faith of Nicaea. My friend Dr. Badcock's theories are always stimulating, and the reply to this and others, which I hope to give with technical details more suited to the pages of the Journal of Theological Studies, is long overdue. The only other outstanding crux of the history is the meaning of the term Homo-ousios, as taught by the Cappadocian Fathers in the last quarter of the 4th century. Was it inserted in our Nicene Creed, creed in the sense of Homoi-ousios, like in essence? Does it represent a surrender to an obstinate semiArianism?
Sorry about that.
I stand here against Harnack with Bethune Baker and Srawley. But the question is still sub judice, as Raven shows in his admirable survey of the first controversy. Proposals for reunion generally include Boyd RV 205. 2 Apollinarian, pages 64n, 113n2. Our Nicene Creed as the standard of dogmatic teaching. It is all the more important that there should be agreement about its history. For further discussion of technical details and the Greek and Latin texts, I may refer to my introduction to the creeds and my facsimiles of the creeds, for a simple commentary to my little book, The Nicene Creed. I most sincerely thank Mr. J.P. Gilson, keeper of the manuscripts at the British Museum, for permission to reproduce as a frontispiece a letter possibly in Athanasius' own handwriting recently published by Mr. H. Idris Bell, whose translation is transcribed on p. 141. Also I thank Canon MacLean for help in correction of the proofs. The public, it has been written at Contents Chap. Preface. Anensun came through the of the scriptures, even the for public, not, but the settlement of the F. 11 page 2053-80 chapter I events leading up to the council. Tuesday, First Ecumenical Council of the Church was summoned by the Emperor Constantine to restore peace to the great diocese and province of Alexandria, rent by the Arian heresy and the Melitian schism.
Arian.
The appeal made by Arius to his friends in Asia Minor and Palestine had greatly increased the area of disturbance. There were other practical considerations in view, such as the proposed agreement on the calculation of the date of the festival of Easter. But the settlement of the Arian controversy came first, and we are concerned to discover why the imperial policy brought not peace but the sword. Not many years had passed since Christianity became a permitted religion, and the persecution of Diocletian failed so completely that the joint emperors Constantine and Licinius, when they proclaimed that toleration was necessary for public peace, acknowledged its moral triumph. The way was opened for Christianity to become the religion of the state. Then came a quarrel which led to a fresh partition of the empire, and Licinius was bitter against the Christians. He forbade the holding of synods, and issued absurd edicts, forbidding women to go to church with men, and ordering Christians to worship in the pure air of the country, not in cities. Officials went further and put Christians to death. Anensun came through the victory of Constantine and the death of Licinius. Under imperial patronage the triumph of the church seemed secure. And yet all that was gained by excellent legislation, all that Constantine did for the building of churches, the costly supply of the best MSS of the scriptures, even the lavish hospitality offered to synods of bishops who traveled at state expense, was outweighed by the harm done to the church through worldliness in the day of prosperity, and still more by the nemesis which surely followed upon punishment of heretics by the state. The character of Constantine is still an unsolved enigma. His acceptance of the Christian religion had a superstitious side. As we shall have occasion to see, his shrewd insight into the possibilities of a political situation would not allow any scope to his conscience to attach him to a religious point of view. It required no sacrifice of conviction when he passed from the Orthodox to the Arian side in the great controversy. He was only concerned for lip loyalty to the creed of the Nicene Council. The lonely loneliness of an autocrat sets him often at the mercy of bad advisors. It is not for us to judge him for the dark crimes of his later years, the murder of wife and son. His remorse was keen, but we may wish that he had had an unsophisticated chaplain like the Arian Ulfilas, bishop of the Goths, rather than the capable schemer Eusebius of Nicaea, to minister to him in his last hours when he laid aside the imperial purple for the white robe of a catechumen, and received baptism for the remission of sins. Alexandria was to him the second city of the empire, renowned for the splendor of its buildings and the fame of its great university.
When he laid aside the imperial purple for the white robe of the catechism. Damn it, where did it stop?
Attach him to a religious point. Media. Dr. Big, writing of the 3rd century, says letters were cultivated and the exact sciences flourished as nowhere else by the banks of the Nile. But it was as the center of the great corn trade that Roman emperors cared more for the peace of its great commercial community than for its academic glories, for they feared any disturbance which might interfere with the supply of corn to Rome. And the Christian Platonists of Alexandria, p2. Great Church of Bacchus, where Arius ministered, and in which the patriarchs were elected by the tomb of Saint Mark, reputed founder of the Church of Alexandria, stood down by the great wharves and granaries of the magnificent harbor. The populace to which Christians in times of persecution were so often sacrificed was held down by severer repression than elsewhere, and at times they had greatly benefited by the concern of the state for its corn market. The fame of the catechetical school and its teachers, Clement and Origen, before his exile to Palestine, was in all the churches, and the memory of the great Bishop Dionysius was not only that of a faithful and capable administrator but also of a wise advisor to whom many resorted. His successor, Bishop Alexander, had inherited trouble with the followers of the Bishop of Lycopolis, Meletius, who had quarreled with Bishop Peter of Alexandria over the treatment of lapsed Christians. Meletius took the strict view, and when banished to the mines organized a schismatic church of martyrs, ordaining bishops and clergy. Schwartz thinks that some words of Epiphanius suggest that during the persecution the Bishop of Alexandria had been compelled to seek help and had delegated his metropolitan functions to the Bishop of Lycopolis. This departure from the traditional Alexandrian policy avenged itself. Meletius used his privileged position to form a dangerous opposition. Alexander began to have trouble with Arius about AD 318. Arius had been ordained.
I want to clear something up for you guys, right? When you hear this, when they're always talking about these stories, in 300 AD, 400 AD, BC, all this crap, right? These timelines are constructed to create a story of reconstruction. I want you to understand that this is why it's so easy for them to indoctrinate people. We go around and we'll say, they added on 100 years. They added on 100 years. We're actually in this time. Like right now, they'll say we're not in 2023. We're in 1023, right? And not 2023. So thinking about these timelines, when they're talking about 3 AD, right? Think of it in the opposite, because remember, everything is mixed and everything is confused. When they're telling you 3 AD, they're actually talking about 13 AD, right? They're giving themselves an additional 1,000 years of existence. It puts them in a position to say, hey, we've been here since this long. This is how we can say that we have ruled this particular land. This is how we have these continents that were set up, which we all know in full actuality and truth, that the continents have been set up based off of the embassy system of trade, right? So you have to use your mind when you're remembering these things. So when they're telling you about AD 1318, when they say 318, we're looking at 1318. So let's fast forward it. Where we say that they've added the 1,000, that's an add-on, but we know that it goes back in the false timeline. But that 1,000 years that they create or construct, when they're telling you something is way back, A, B, A, C, C, D, A, D, B, C, what the heck ever they're talking about. when they say these timelines, they're actually talking about 13 AD when it comes to the immediate timeline. So when you're reading these stories, right, when you're thinking, oh, this was 3 AD, no, remember, this is a timeline of now. We're talking about 1318. So we're talking about the 1300s, right? If we're talking about the 1300s, there's being 20, the 2000s, we're talking about 7 centuries ago, about 700 actual years ago, right? We're talking 700 actual years ago. We're not talking thousands of years. This is a big confusion that they have in your mind when it comes to the timelines of writing themselves into a history line, creating a reconstructed timeline, right? Chronos, dealing with witchcraft, sorcery, right? All of these things. Let's go.
Deacon by Peter, went over to the side of Meletius when Peter refused to accept their baptism, but came back to Peter's successor, Achillas, was ordained priest and put in charge of an important church called Bacchus. He is described as a man of tall stature, of austere countenance and ascetic life. He had charming manners and went about from house to house, with his sleeveless tunic and scanty cloak, popular especially among women. Certainly he was capable. As Duchesne says wittily, in Alexandria it was not at all an exceptional thing to have a doctrine of one's own. Professor Gwodkin has summarized it thus: Arianism then was almost as much a philosophy as a religion. It assumed the usual philosophical postulates, worked by the usual philosophical methods, and scarcely referred to scripture except in quest of isolated texts to confirm conclusions reached without its help. Registered to the philosopher, God is the supreme being. He is alone ingenerate. 1 Nachrichten, 1905, p. 185. 2 Early History, IP 100 OMAE. Alone eternal, alone without beginning, alone good, alone almighty, alone unchangeable and unalterable, and from the eyes of every creature his being is hidden in eternal mystery. To bring this unknown being into touch with the material world, Arius felt the need of a mediator, an author of becoming whom men can know. But when he came to think out a theory...
Wait, maybe I should have stayed on this so I can explain this as well. I want you guys to hear this one more time, right?
Alone eternal, alone without beginning, alone good, alone almighty, alone unchangeable and unalterable, and from the eyes of every creature his being is hidden in eternal mystery. To bring this unknown being into touch with the material world, Arius felt the need of a mediator, an author.
To bring this unknown being into touch with the material world, which is the physicalities, the unknown being the God, Lord that they talk about in the Bible, bringing this being into touch with the material world. They say that Arius felt the need to be a mediator. Here comes the Council of Nicaea, the Bible, reconstructing, writing in, creating a story, right? This is what happened. So when bringing this in, they had to what? Make that mystery, the great spirit, the honor of the most high, the energy, the eternal, the the one and only omniscient, omniscience, right? The omniscience that they are reconstructing or creating, coming from what they constructed as a Homo-ousios or oisius, right? Homo-ousios, I believe it is. This is the essence of bringing in or creating something that they feel to be the essence of God, the essence of the Most High. Now we want to take it and we want to put it in a book in order to trap or entangle the minds of the people. Here comes the council to create that by doing what? Having a mediator or an author to become whom men can know, which would be the Bible.
Of becoming whom men can know. But when he came to think out a theory of the person of the Lord, although he never set himself to lower it, and earnestly pressed its reality against Sabellianism, he was led astray by the demands of a false logic. If the essence of divinity is ingenerateness, there can be no Son of God in the strict and primary sense. Generation, moreover, implies unity of nature, which at once destroys the singularity of God. It also ascribes to the Father corpority and passion, which are human attributes, and even subjects the Almighty to necessity, so that it is on every ground unworthy of the deity. Nor is the difficulty at all removed by Origen's unintelligible theory of an eternal generation, much less by the heathen assumption of pre-existent matter. On every ground there seemed to be no escape from the conclusion that the divine generation is a definite and external act of the Father's will, by which the Son was created out of nothing. This sounds unattractive theorizing, but Arius was a popular 2D Vines preacher, and he managed to express his theories in popular phrases. It was not difficult to catch the popular ear with the argument that a father must exist before his son, therefore there was a time when the Son was not. Applying this common sense argument to the Godhead, we are constrained to say that the Father alone is God, and the Son is so called only in a lower and improper sense. He is not the essence of the Father but a creature essentially like other creatures, although only begotten or unique among them. Like them, possessed of a free will, and depending on the help of grace, he has a nature capable of moral change, and only his virtue kept him sinless. Even his true manhood was sacrificed to the attractive simplicity of the theory that the word, logos, was united directly to a human body, without a human spirit. Point 2. Arius felt certain enough of himself to criticize a sermon by his bishop as teaching Sabellianism, the confounding of the divine persons, and we cannot deny that the teaching of Alexander was open to criticism. But when the teaching of Arius was laid before him, he was not willing to act hastily, and it was not till after AP 318 that a synod was held at which Arius was condemned with 2 bishops who had espoused his cause. 1 Quodkin quotes the Thalia, 80I6. In the meantime Arius had held services in defiance of his bishop, canvassing support from house to house, enlisting the zeal of devout women, and appealing to the people in a long rhapsody which he called the Thalia, or spiritual banquet. The meter was one which was used for immoral songs. The following specimen may suffice: according to the faith of God's elect who comprehend God, of the holy children the Orthodox, who have received the Holy Spirit of God, this is what I have learned from those who possess wisdom, well-educated people instructed by God, skilled in all knowledge. It is in their footsteps that I walk, even I. That I walk as they do, I who am so much spoken of, I who have suffered so much for the glory of God, I who have received from God the wisdom and knowledge which I possess. 1 Lux, art. The self-satisfied tone explains the irreverence with regard to the great mysteries of Christian thought which throughout its history was the bane of Arianism. Bishop Robertson says, the profound Ignatian idea of Christ as the Word proceeding from silence is in impressive contrast with the shallow challenge of the Thalia, many words hath God spoken, which of these was manifested in the flesh. 24 I do not think we need consider seriously the statement that Arius was a disappointed candidate in the election of the Bishop of Alexandria. The wealth and influence of the Church both in Alexandria and Rome, and to a less degree in Antioch, made the position of bishop a post which a worldly man might covet. It does not seem that Arius was such. The far more important question which recent writers, particularly Schwartz and Seek, have raised is the question whether the doctrinal controversy was not altogether subordinate to the quarrel between the bishop and the presbyter. Was Alexander endeavoring to suppress the constitutional rights of the presbyteral college which were of long standing in Alexandria? Was the outstanding result of Nicaea the victory of the bishop, whose privilege as second metropolitan of the empire was recognized?
Uh-oh, sorry guys, I hit the thing by mistake. Let's go. We're going to get to the next book. I hope you guys are paying attention. It's all going to go together. Y'all should know.
In Canon 15, M. Harnack says that the Council of Nicaea was the first step taken by the Bishop of Alexandria in aspiring to the primacy of the East. But the ambitions of a later generation must not be read back into the days when the Church was emerging from obscurity to become a potential political force of the greatest importance. Probably Constantine foresaw this. Whereas Diocletian grasped at world empire by suppressing the Church, Constantine by patronage obtained it. Like Origen, Arius fled first to Palestine to Eusebius of Caesarea, and then to Eusebius of Nicomedia, who held a synod in Bithynia which demanded his recall. Eusebius of Nicomedia and the bishops of Nicaea, Ephesus, and Chalcedon had all been fellow scholars with Arius in the school of the martyr Lucian at Antioch. M. Harnack calls Lucian the Arius before Arius, and says that he started from the Christology of Paul of Samosata, the theory that Christ was a man deified for moral progress. But Dr. Raven claims that Alexander's letter, which seems of first-rate importance, simply states that Lucian was for the earlier part of his active career outside the Orthodox communion, and that during this period he taught the doctrine of Paul, implying that he then maintained the distinction between father and son as between unbegotten and begotten, and the human progress and adoption of Jesus. This form of Paul's theology, modified as it is by the recognition of the persistent personality of the Logos, is exactly what his Arian pupils afterwards agreed to maintain, and in that time of uncertainty it would not seem far removed except in Christology from Orthodox opinion. It is, however, clearly inconsistent with the views which he held later on after his admission to communion and at the time of his martyrdom. When Constantine became sole emperor, he found reason to dread social disturbances in Erat cities, especially in Alexandria. Coming from the west, where in AP 314 he had arranged for a council at Als to appease the strife raised by the Donatists in Africa, it was natural that he should pursue the same policy. At this time he was chiefly advised by Hosius, Bishop of Cordova, a capable man and a confessor. He sent him to Alexandria to settle the dispute with a letter addressed to Alexander and Arius jointly. He expressed astonishment and distress with regard to affairs at Alexandria. He had counted on assistance from the Eastern bishops in composing the African schism, and he found them divided. He argues that Alexander should not have asked the questions and Arius should not have answered them. 1 Apollinarian, p. 75. He assumes that they can compose their differences as is done in schools of philosophy. It is only the common people and ignorant boys who quarrel about trifles. The whole question...
Common people and ignorant boys who trifle about their quarrels, arguing back and forth, debating your issues, and you don't believe my truth, I don't believe yours, so I'm going to try and convince you that I am correct. Like, only children do that. Let's go.
Chapter I. Introductory sketch. Ecclesiastical history is the spiritual counterpart of secular, running in the same channel all along its course, pervading it and permeated by it with the subtlest and most various influences. The worshippers of material progress may ignore the one, the ascetics of historic study may despise the other, but the two form one organic and indissoluble whole. History is one in breadth as well as length, claiming for a single record every aspect of human welfare as well as every age of man's existence on the earth. And if we look to their deeper relations, the movements of ecclesiastical history are of much the same sort as those of secular, due to similar causes and often fairly coincident even in date. The wranglings of theologians no more make up the one than the intrigues of politicians constitute the other. In both we see periods of splendor and of deep corruption, of heroic effort and of selfish quarreling, of creative energy and of ignoble stagnation. In both we find trains of obscure causes silently transforming the face of history, or bursting out in earthquake shocks which seem to break its continuity. These sudden revolutions are the problems of history, and it is in their study that we can best trace the forces which in times of quiet are working underneath. Such a problem, and one of the most striking in the whole course of ecclesiastical history, is the reaction which followed the Council of Nicaea. Arianism had started with a vigor promising a great career, and in a few years seemed no unequal claimant for the supremacy of the East. But its strength collapsed the moment the council met, withered up by the universal reprobation of the Christian world. The Fathers at one Quetzal. Nicaea condemned it all but unanimously, and their subscription held them to their decision. The very creed of Christendom was amended in order to exclude the heresy forever, and its few faithful defenders were sent into exile as the penalty of stubborn misbelief. Arianism seemed hopelessly crushed when the council closed. Yet it instantly renewed the contest, and fought with orthodoxy on equal terms for nothing less than the dominion of the world. It was a hard-fought struggle, more than half a century of ups and downs and stormy controversy, but Arianism for a long time had the best of it. Even when extinguished by Theodosius,
1379 to 1395,
as a political power inside the empire, it was able to fall back upon its converts among the northern nations. Its future was far from hopeless till the end. 11 of the Gothic power in Aquitaine, 507, and Italy, 553, and the long contest was ended only by the conversion of the Visigoths and Lombards at the end of the 6th century. This is the history as it appears on the surface. But why was not Arianism crushed at once by its overwhelming defeat at Nicaea? Where did it find strength for a battle of giants like this? Where were the elements of moral power which so long sustained it? These are the questions which force themselves upon us, and no true student will be content to pass them by. Its extent and duration are enough to shew that it was no mere outbreak of unmeaning wickedness. There must have been historic causes for its victories, historic causes also for its decline and fall. Few will look to Arian doctrine as a source of Arian strength. Some attractions it certainly had. It seemed simpler than orthodoxy, and was more symmetrical than semiArianism, more human than Sabellianism, while to the heathen it sounded very Christian. But as a system, Arianism was utterly illogical and unspiritual, a clear step back to heathenism, and a plain anachronism even for its own time. It began by attempting to establish Christian positions, and ended by subverting each and all of them. It maintained the unity of God by opening the door to polytheism. It upheld the Lord's divinity by making the Son of God a creature, and AMLMSM not a mere intrigue. Then worshipped him to escape the reproach of heathenism. It lost even its true humanity in a fantastic carrot theory of the incarnatiati which refused the Son of Man a human soul above all. No true revelation of love could come from a God of abstract infinity and mystery, condemned to stand aloof. Forever FTXRA the world lest it perish at his touch, no true atonement from a created mediator, neither truly God nor truly man, no true sanctification from a subject spirit far beneath the dignity even of the first of creatures. In a word, there could be no intrinsic strength in a system which covered the whole field of Shintian doctrine with the ruins of its pretentious failures. Some again will answer that Arianism ceased to be a religious belief when its defender signed a creed at the bidding of a heathen emperor and that it was henceforth nothing better than a court faction dependent on backstara intrigues. So that we shall waste our time if we condescend to inquire whether its leaders had any definite belief at all on this theory. The Arian reaction was nothing more than as it were an accident of history, an outbreak of imperial wickedness and tyranny against an orthodox and unoffending church. There is an element of truth in this, for all authorities are agreed that Arian successes began and ended with Arian command of the palace. We might disregard the complaints of zealots hke Lucifer of Calaris, but Athanasius puts the matter quite plainly in the writings of his exile, and even Hylaephi*s calmer spirit breaks out a little later in language scarcely falling short of Lucifer's unmeasured violence. It is clear that Arianism worked throughout by court intrigue and military outrage, and that the semi-Arian leaders were all infected with the stain of persecution. In the West indeed Arianism scarcely had any legitimate footing at all. The Council of Milan might be overawed with soldiers, that of Ariminum worn out by delays and cacholiae, but the victory was so enet Theo of Antioch, magnifatu elivia et 69I. Homini-iero hruapio and anal propri, qui ex anima constat et orpera congregiat enemi ip vis humania et inioxius motibo ademinitur, qui non fant muct et putative, fled apaveritate totem hori vm indutuns et duop perfectisa. Ephemeral, and the conquerors remained isolated in a crowd of hostile bishops. It is a coarse view of history which can see nothing in it but the flash of swords. We are told in effect that the empire was a despotism, which we knew before, and that the initiative had to come from the court, which was also clear. But this is all we get: no account of the forces on which the reaction must have depended, for even a despot must have a party of some sort behind him. Nor is it any credit to the Nicene Church, or even bare historic justice, to represent it in this manner as a crowd of time servers and emperor worshippers. The long resistance, for example, of the semi-Arians at Seleucia is in striking contrast to the abject servility of the Eastern bishops in the age of Justinian or Irene. If Constantius carried his point, it was only by deceiving the deputies of the council, not by overcoming the council itself. The long struggle shows that the recalcitrant bishops at least had a belief of their own, independent of the emperor's. Nor are there wanting in the reaction evidently respectable elements to shew that if it was a court intrigue, it was also something more. It was not with a mere schmagog of Satan that men like Cyril of Jerusalem, Dianus of Caesarea, and Meletius of Antioch so long took part. Nor is it to a conspiracy of atheists and blasphemers that we owe almost all the mission work of Christendom in that age of deep despair when the empire seemed dragging the whole order of nature after it to ruin. This may suffice for the present to shew that the Arian reaction was more than a mere court intrigue, and needs a closer analysis of its constituent elements. We must therefore take up the neglected data, examining the initial relation of Arianism to contemporary thought and education, heathen as well as Christian, the actual state of parties in the Nicene Council, and their mutual reactions as far as the Council of Constantinople. Our first task is to form a clear conception of the development of the doctrine of the person of Christ at the appearance of Arius, to find out what principles had been already laid down and how far they were generally accepted, what problems came. Early history of the doctrine. 6. Next, for solution, how far they were already answered, and what difficulties stood in the way of further progress. A mere sketch of results may suffice for the earlier periods. In the first place, then, Christianity inherited from Judaism, together with the scriptures of the Old Testament, their fundamental principle of the unity of God and the distinction of the divinity from the world, in clear opposition to every Hellenic confusion of it with the world, whether as pervading the whole or as distributed among its parts. It was yet to be seen whether it was possible to rest in earlier views of the divine essence as lying in abstract infinity or isolation from the world, but so far as regards its mere unity and distinction from the world, the declarations of the gospel were as emphatic as those of Judaism. But side by side with the unity of God, Christianity held as its own fundamental doctrine the historic fact of the coming of the Lord, the incarnation, and the resurrection, with all their momentous consequences. It was not orthodoxy alone which felt from the first that the person of the Lord must have a universal and eternal meaning, stretching over history and reaching back to the inmost sphere of the divine. Ebionism shews us the old Jewish spirit struggling with this conviction, and Gnosticism itself in all its varied forms is little more than Oriental thought modified and often mastered by it. And in the 3rd century, when Christianity had lived down early scandal, even heathenism became dimly conscious of the secret of its strength, and would willingly have enrolled the crucified in its strange pantheon of the benefactors of mankind, along with Orpheus and Moses, Socrates, and Abraham. Far more did the Christian Church feel that the fullness of the Lord is more than human fullness, that the life which flows from him is more than human life, that the atonement through him is with the Supreme himself, that the person of the Lord is the infinite and final revelation of the Father. Thus the Lord's divinity was from the first as fixed an axiom of Christianity as fn your aeons are given in the doctrines of Athanasius, Dorner, Harnack Dogmengus, Nicaea, and Yoicht, and Etzberger 4. The unity of Ud, while his humanity was plainly declared by the original apostolic testimony, and both together were necessary to give reality to the incarnation. It remained to reconcile this view of the Lord's person with the first fundamental principle of the unity of God. The earliest Christian writers were hardly conscious of the problem before them. Their greatness was in life rather than in thought, and their works are one long hymn of overflowing thankfulness for the gift of life in Christ. Their task was rather to repeat the apostolic testimony than to discuss it, to urge historic facts rather than to deduce their dogmatic consequences. Hence it is on the Lord's divinity that they lay special stress, as the obvious distinction of Christian from Judaic and philosophic belief alike. But they merely insist upon it as a historic fact, and their utmost endeavor is to prove its correspondence with the prophecies and types of the Old Testament. They scarcely seem to see the difficulty of reconciling divinity with suffering, for this rather than the resurrection was the stumbling block of their time. If he suffered, said the Ebionites, he was not divine. If he was divine, answered the Docetists, his sufferings were unreal. The sub-apostolic fathers were content to reply that he was divine and that he truly suffered, without attempting to explain the difficulty. Thus the Church had yet to pass from the traditional assertion of the Lord's full deity to its deliberate enunciation in clear consciousness of the difficulties involved in it. But a firmer base was wanted for research. The Old Testament needed the teaching of the Lord for its own interpretation, and even the apostolic tradition became more and more dependent on the evidence of documents. As soon as Christianity had scriptures of its own, Christian research could work upon them, and soon essayed the central problem of the person of the Lord. Even the 2nd century was a period of greater literary activity than its scanty relics would seem to shew. The last collector of the Lord's discourses from the lips of his disciples was also the first orthodox commentator on the Gospels. Apologists started up in all directions to defend the truth of Christianity or to put its doctrines in a clearer form. Quadratus, Aristides, Justin. I. the 2nd century. Seventation, Theophilus and Athenagoras all belong to this period. Christian antiquities called forth the work of Hegesippus, Christian controversies those of Agrippa Castor, Melito, Miltiades, Claudius Apollinarius, and Dionysius of Corinth, and even fiction has its representatives in the Shepherd of Hermas, the Clementine writings, and a host of spurious gospels. Scripture also was studied then as well as now, as we see from the commentary of Papias, the Diatsaron of Tatian, and the Muratorian fragment on the canon. Even the heretics, though their voluminous writings have mostly perished, contributed the labors of Marcion and others carried to its criticism, those of Basilides, Ptolemaios, and Heracleon to its interpretation. And if much of this literature is unsatisfactory, and scarcely any of it reaches the highest excellence, it marks at any rate a period of busy study.
Gotta do studies to get it together. All right, guys, let's go real quick. We're going to get right into this. I'm going to move along and get to a couple of other things. This is the history of the Council of Nicaea continued. This is from the original documents of Volume 5. They had a 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to go real quickly. We won't even read a lot of this, but I just want you to see a few things in here, talking about Bishop Heffel's or Heffel's Council of the Church, history of the Council of the Church from the original documents by the Right Reverend C.J. Heffel, D.D., Bishop of Rottenburg, in 5 volumes. So as I said, this is volume 5. We're going to get into it real quick. Volume 1, it says to 325 to 1325, 1326 to 1429, 1431 to 1551, 1451 to 1680, from 1628 to the close of the Second Council of Nicaea in 1787, right? Remember these dates, guys. Don't let them fool you. To all who have the slightest pretension to the name of scientific theologians, it must afford the greatest satisfaction to receive a new volume of his standard work on the councils. It is quite unnecessary to comment that a great and learned book. No one could think of studying the subject of the councils without consulting it. That's what they say. So let's get into it so we can get a little more info on. From the original documents of the council, the First Rising Council. All right. We'll read the preface just to get an idea of what's kind of verifying some of the same information for you guys before we get into this next segment. Let's go.
Methodist v. World SSRV/ICE Fund Transfer TJ2.NOHVT/C3 Editor's Preface. RIT is now more than a quarter of a century since the present editor proposed the publication of an English translation of a part of Heffel's Great History of the Councils to Mr. T. Clarke, now Sir Thomas Clarke, Bart, who was at that time senior partner of the publishing firm which has done so much for the promotion of theological learning in Great Britain. Mr. Clarke readily recognized the importance of the historical method in the study of theology, and the supreme place held by the church councils in the development of Christian doctrine, and, without any great hope of financial success, consented to publish the first volume. It is quite intelligible that this should have obtained the largest circulation, but the sale of the later volumes leads to serious doubts as to the nature of the contemporaneous study of theology. It is true that most of our leading British scholars are acquainted with German, and that a French translation of the earlier volumes, only of the first edition, however, has been published. Still, it would appear that a great many who have some pretensions to be theologians are contented with second or third-rate authorities on these great subjects. It is with much thankfulness that the editor is now able to send forth the completion of the original design, by bringing the work down to the close of the Second Council of Nicaea, the last which has been recognized alike by East and West. In closing the work at this point, neither the editor nor the publishers wish to imply that the subsequent councils are unworthy of study. There is no break in history, civil or religious, and if any other translators or publishers should undertake to bring out the history of the editor's preface, medieval councils, they will have the best wishes of those who have carried the work thus far. But it will be apparent that we have arrived at a convenient period for the suspension of our own work. It was pointed out in the preface to the third volume, that the Historian and Eutychian controversies were not mere strifes of words, which the Church might have evaded without loss. The toleration of either of these heresies would have involved the surrender of the Nicene faith. Whether the monothelite controversy was of equal importance may be a matter of doubt, but at least it was not a mere logomachy. The contending parties knew perfectly well what they were fighting about, and a careless reader who pronounces the controversy to be either unmeaning or unintelligible, will be wiser if he takes a little more trouble to wrestle with the terms and phrases in dispute before he finally adopts this conclusion. To many readers, the most interesting portion of this volume will be that which deals with the difficult case of Honorius, which caused some embarrassment to the Fathers of the Vatican Council. Whatever our own judgment may be in regard to the orthodoxy of Honorius, it can hardly be denied that Heffelhuis dealt quite fairly and consistently with the subject. The claim which he makes in the preface which follows will be allowed by all careful readers of the volume. Some critics of previous parts of the history have expressed surprise that the editor has not more frequently annotated the statements of the author. Such a temptation has frequently occurred, but it was thought better, where no question of fact was involved, to leave the author to speak for himself, his point of view being quite well understood. Moreover, we believe that history is the best controversialist. When we compare the letter of S. Leo to the Fourth Ecumenical Council with that of Pope Agapito to the Sixth, it becomes quite clear that an explanation of the difference must be attempted from two opposite points of view. The iconoclastic controversy is perhaps that part of the history in which the author shows most of bias. A short postscript has been added, giving some farther particulars, and continuing the history of the conflict to its virtual conclusion in the Greek and Latin churches, but this also, as far as possible, in a purely historical spirit. It is with much satisfaction that we have found room, in this volume, for the corrections which the author introduced into the second edition of the first volume. The bishop complained that this was not done in our own second edition, but the reason was very simple. Ecclesiasticus was printed before the sheets kindly forwarded by the author reached us.
More
The reader
construction,
will now
huh?
possess the whole history, as far as it goes, with the latest corrections and improvements of the author. In conclusion,
Corrections and
the editor
improvements.
must acknowledge
That's a
the
change.
generous IV recognition
Change in
in
the
many
story.
key quarters of the work which has been accomplished. Those who have labored on the translation have done their best to make it exact, accurate, and readable. The last two volumes have been brought out in the midst of many other engrossing occupations, yet it is believed that few slips will he discovered. For any notice of these we shall be thankful, as in the past. In this connection we desire gratefully to acknowledge a very careful, learned, and just review of the fourth volume in the Ofh Times T and another, no less scholarly and helpful, in the New York Churchman. The editor again acknowledges the help of the same accomplished friend who assisted in previous volumes * for words and phrases within square brackets. TLXC editor alone is responsible. And now our work is done, and we commit it to the Church, with the sure hope that it will lead men to a better understanding of the faith once delivered to the saints, and so will help forward the time when we shall you all attain unto the unity of the faith, and unto the know.
And unto the knowledge of God. I'm going to stop it right there. Let me put that in the chat as well. And then we're going to get to this next book real quick. Hold on a second.
F/Rom, ERT, Rev. T.C. Brovonal, Bishop of the Diocese of Connecticut. I have examined Il Trio enlarged edition of M.R. Woodbritter and M.R.S. Willard * Universal Geographie, and find it to contain important improvements upon the M.Aller edition, concerning which I had expressed my lull approbation. The ingenious methods devised lore impressing the principal facts of the science upon the minds of the students, must commend the work to the favorable notice of the instructors of youth. From Robert Walsh, editor of the National Gazette. The Universal Geography, by W. C. Woodbridge, and E. Willard, on the principles of comparison and classification, is one of the most ingenious and valuable works of the kind extant, and is accompanied by an atlas of correspondent merit. The following is extracted from The Teacher, a periodical work, edited by Dr. Wilhelm Harnack, director of a seminary for teachers in Germany. The value of the testimony is much enhanced from the fact that Germany takes the lead of all nations in geographical science. 2 works which have appeared in the United States are even more worthy of translation. The first is Rudiments of Geography, FYC. By W. C. Woodbridge. Published in London, from the 7LH American edition. The second IA * System of Universal Geography. C.
Published in London. American Geography. In London, but it's American.
By W. C. Woodbridge and Emma Willard. Those who are acquainted with our best books on geography and the latest geographical researches, as those of Humboldt and Ritter, will but a faithful employment of the materials hitherto collected \y_h an excellent arrangement, and an attractive mode of exhibition. All geographical subjects are treated comparatively, and in a natural order. The maps, and the wood engravings inserted in the text, are very useful in the illustration of these subjects. The following is the opinion of an eminent German teacher of geography IU the Fellenberg School. * After a thorough study of the larger geography by M.R. Woodbridge, I express it as my decided conviction, that it is the best book of instruction in geography, which has come to my knowledge. The work is incredibly rich in information. The fundamental principle of a comparative description of the earth which pervades the whole, is especially worthy of notice, for its novelty and excellence. An experiment which I have made with several pupils in the eudology of this work, has convinced me that students in pursuing Triplan of M.R. W. not only attain a greater amount of knowledge, than in the ordinary method, but are introduced to UIE study of the globe in a manner far better calculated to excite interest and activity of mind. Extract of a letter from the Secretary of the Royal Geographical Society of London, acknowledging the receipt of a copy of M.R.
of London.
Woodbridge's Universal Geography. Your plan is one which, individually, I very much like, very superior in general interest to those systems of geography which are mere bundles of isolated facts. Extract of a letter from Dr. Thomas Dick, of Scotland, to a gentleman in the United States. I admire most of all the school geographies which you have done the favor to end me. M.R. Woodbridge's Universal Geography is a most valuable work, and contains a great United States Bank, Charleston Exchange.
Damn it,
M.R. Extract of a letter from Dr. Thomas Dick, of Scotland, to a gentleman in the United States. I admire most of all the school geographies which you have done the favor to end me. M.R. Woodbridge's Universal Geography is a most valuable work, and contains a greater quantity of useful information on all the subjects connected with geography, than one have seen in some works presented to the public in large and intensive quartos. United States Bank, Philadelphia. Charleston Exchange. Constantix or LE, Turkey. A System of Universal Geography, Comparison, and Classification. By William Channing Woodbridge. Illustrated with maps and engravings, and accompanied by an exhibiting, in connection with the outlines of countries, their cultivate, and productions the prevailing religions, F0 RMS of G0 Vern 3 IENT, and degrees of civilization and the co/apparatree size of towns.
I wish I could turn this map for y'all, but I can't.
IMOUNTAI, Belknap and HA, Publisher's Notice. Plan. The author during his adapted to this work, with the ancient, be it remembered, that on the 11th day of June, in the 48th year of the independence of the United States of America, William C. Woodbridge, of the said district, and Njama Willard, of the District of New York, have deposited in this office the title of a book U.K., the right whereof they claim as authors and proprietors, in IHE words following asterisk. To wit, asterisk, a system of universal geography, on the principles of comparison and classification, by William Channing Woodbridge. Illustrated with maps and engravings, and accompanied by an atlas. In conformity to the Act of the Congress of the United States, entitled An Act for the Encouragement of Learning, by securing the copies of maps, charts, and books, to the authors and proprietors of such copies during the times therein mentioned. And also to an act, entitled, asterisk an act, supplementary to an act, entitled, An Act for the Encouragement of Learning, by securing the copies of maps, charts, and books, to tie authors and proprietors of such copies, during the times therein mentioned, and extending the benefits thereof to the arts of designing, engraving and etching a true copy of record. Example 1. United States Capito. President, authors and proprietors of such copies, during the times therein mentioned, and extending the benefits thereof to the arts of designing, engraving and etching a true copy of record, examined and sealed by me, TCHAS Carrot.
Got it.
Ingersoll, T. Carrot Cleric T/F the District of Connecticut. 1. United States Capito. President's House United States Bank Boston Market and Faneuil Hall. Wharf of a Commercial City Baltimore Exchange and Washington Monument Charleston Exchange. States B. Bank, Savannah Arcade, Providence St. Petersburg Dublin Constantinople Comparative View of Mountains, Frontispiece. The Solar System 9 Comparative Size and Appearance of the planets' effects of the sun's rays, the seasons, points of the compass, strata of the Earth, section of
one
the
of
Earth,
them
salt
weird
hills of
reads,
Cardona,
as you guys
2.5 sandstorm, 90.
I don't know what's going on, but it's doing one of those weird reads. That's why I kept skipping when I was trying to forward it. I don't know why, but we'll just try and listen to it as best as we can. We know the audio is on point, but it is actually showing, saying something different. I'll read it if it's a problem. It's not giving the correct information.
9 Chimborazo 33, Mount Street. Elias City of Lima, and the Andes 34 traveling in Peru, Rio Janeiro bridges in Chile.
Grab a drink, guys. I'll be back.
Catskill Mountain House, Carrot Giants Causeway 37 Mount Etna 49 Crater of Etna 45 Mount Vesuvius Crater of the volcano Vesuvius M6 Volcano in the Sea Mountains of New Granada Mount Hecla Effects of an Earthquake Grotto of Antiparas Sections of rivers across their channels Lake Derwentwater Lake George Bellows Falls Falls of Niagara Passaic Falls.
It's crazy.
Horseshoe Fall of Niagara Locks of an English Canal Sections of canals in the U.S.
I don't know what's going on because it's so in and out. I'm going to read this real quick. It says, in the present edition of this work, the statements of the population of countries, states, and have been corrected from the latest and best authorities. A few other corrections in addition to adapt the work to the present state of the world have been made. It says the contents have been arranged upon a new plane and one which facilitates the reference to any particular topics treated in and of this work. This arrangement is believed to have a great improvement. The publisher has great confidence in the accuracy of this part of the work, which relates to the foreign countries and account of the very favorable opportunities enjoyed by the author during this residence and travel in Europe, while he is in the same time believed that the part which relates to our country will not be found deficient. This work embraces a greater amount of geographical information that has ever been presented in any one single volume. The ancient atlas adapted to this work with the ancient and the modern names of plates prepared by Mrs. Willard and the author of the ancient geography is sold separately to those who desire it. District of Connecticut. Be it remembered that on the 11th day of June, in the 48th year of the independence of the United States of America, William C. Woodridge of the said district and Emma Willard of the District of New York have deposited in this office the title of a book, the right whereof they claim as authors and proprietors in the words following, to wit, a system of universal geography at the principles of comparison and classification. This is by William Channing Woodridge. Illustrations with maps and engravings and accompanied by an atlas in conformity to the Act of Congress in the United States entitled An Act for the Encouragement of Learning, by securing the copies of maps, charts, and books to the authors and proprietors of such copies during the time therein mentioned, and also to an act entitled An Act supplementary to an act entitled to an Act for the Encouragement of Learning, by securing the copies of maps, charts, and books to the authors and proprietors of such copies during the time therein mentioned, and extended the benefits thereof to the arts of designing, engraving, and etching historical and other prints. Okay, now let's see if we can get it to read, because I swear I don't want to go through all of this, guys, but it's going to give all the information here on the engravings real quick. United States Capitol, President's House, United States Bank, United States Bank, United States Bank. You guys familiar with that? No, I know you're not. The United States Bank, Boston Market and the Funeral Hall, Wharf of the Commercial City, Baltimore Exchange and the Washington Monument, Charleston Exchange, United States B Bank in Savannah, the United States B Bank in Savannah, Trust Bank. You guys get it? I'm not going to read all of these, but it has everything, the idols, pagan idols, to everything. If it reads it clear, I'll let it read, but if not, y'all know I'm not going to be doing all that. So let's see. If it starts
One size, situation, and motions of the planets degree /2. Classification of mountains 43. Height of the principal mountains of the world.
Grab my drink. I'll be right back, guys.
For classification of rivers 54.5. Length of the principal rivers 55.6. Size of the Larfrest Lake 67. Size of the principal canals 66c. 8 Quantity of rain in various places 125.9. Mean annual temperature of places 133.10. Christian denominations in Europe 187.11. Do in the United States. 19 inhabitants of Tri-World according to their religion 193.13. Tabular view of Protestant missions 195.14. Missionary seminaries 15. Medical schools 212.16. Theologica. Institutions of the United States 17. Universities and co-uses 213.18. Number, F students in Europe and the United States 2,136.19. Number of children at school 213 C20. Principal libraries of the world 21421. Principal railroads of the United States 240.
The United States
22 airports of the United States for 1S29 and 1,833. Distinguishing the countries from 23
let y'all hear them all, but I don't want to go
by
through
the author
this
of the
whole
modern days conversing with a map or sea chart in other subjects which have been traced with would save the student in preparing a work for the advanced student. meant low assist, that the bones and all these are in with complete meant stances. 2. The articles in small type. Viewing what has been said on the author, allow him to attempt by MRS. About the middle, or at the close of his catalogue, and thus he of geography. The arrangement relieves the memory from a fruitless burden, by substituting few numbers for many, and perhaps it is not asserting too much to say, that some such mode of classification is not merely the easiest and the best, but that it is in fact, the only method of conveying instruction to the youthful mind, on subjects where numbers are the medium of comparison. A person who knows by rote merely, that a city contains a certain number of inhabitants, cannot from that circumstance be said to understand its rank, that is, he does not know whether it is a great or a small city, for all ideas of great and small are relative, and are obtained by comparing things with others of their own kind. With regard to durability of impression, we discard that method of arrangement generally found in the description of countries, where many distinct and dissimilar subjects are treated of in quick succession, because, from the want of any associating principle, information received in this way cannot be well remembered. We admit little which may not be traced to one of these two laws of intellect. First, that dry objects of sight more readily become the subjects of conception and memory, than those of the other senses, and secondly,
and what is that? What do I tell you guys about that? Who knows what he's speaking of right now? I don't know if you guys are paying attention or you're just in the chat, but who knows what he's speaking of when he just said that, right? What do I speak to you guys about all the time? That they have a physical and a spiritual and a mental alchemy that they place on you. This is how you guys are indoctrinated or caught up in the spell, or not seeing the light, or things of that nature. Listen very closely to this. This explains exactly what I always tell you guys. Let's go.
From the want of any associating principle, information received in this way cannot be well remembered. We admit little which may not be traced to one of these two laws of intellect. First, that dry objects of sight more readily become the subjects of conception and memory,
subjects than those of conception and memory, other senses, what you conceive.
And secondly, that the best of all methods to abridge the labor of the mind, and to enable the memory to lay up the most in the smallest compass, is to class particulars under general heads.
That's
that
right.
This method of teaching geography is a judicious application of these principles, has become completely evident to me from observing the fact, of all the branches of study which my pupils learn, geography taught in this manner is that which they most easily call to recollection, and this is the case, whether the examination takes place after the lapse of a few months, or a few years. But in none of the objects of education do I conceive that this system is so peculiar, as in that which relates to the discipline of the mind, and none are, in my opinion, of so much importance. Although it is of consequence to teach the student what to think,
to teach him what to think,
to teach him how to think.
How to think.
However well it may be for a man to have a good knowledge of geography.
But don't you know what to think? Don't you know how to think? Doesn't your mind recollect what to think based on your actions? Based off of what you're doing, because you're what? The current, you're the energy, you're the light, the word, the truth, the light. You're the one that puts things into action. I mean, that's the only way it can get into action. So what does that mean to you when you hear that statement?
It is still better for him to possess a sound judgment and a well-regulated intellect. The correctness of every process of judgment and reasoning depends either immediately or ultimately on the accuracy of our comparisons. Capacity of mind is acquired high those habits of study, which cultivate the powers of abstraction and generalization. The study of geography has heretofore been regarded as a rainier exercise of the memory, but taught in this manner, it brings into action the powers of comparing and abstracting, thus laying the foundation, not only of good scholarship in the science of which it treats, but of a sound judgment and an enlarged understanding. I have now endeavored to give some of the reasons for considering this method as an improvement, and also to show that it is in several respects Hedge's logic. criminal. Yet perhaps the very circumstance that it is new may form a pound of objection. It may be said that however plausible a system appears in theory, it is often found in practice to be attended with inconveniences which were not anticipated, and could not be foreseen. But notwithstanding this system has never before been published, yet it has been brought to the full test of experiment. It is nearly 8 years since I began to teach geography in the method here recommended. Intending to publish my plan of instruction, I carefully watched its operation on the minds of my pupils, while at the same time, I studied in reference to it the most approved systems of the philosophy of the mind, and my success in teaching it far surpassed my expectations. It may seem singular that I should here allude more particularly to the modern geography than to the ancient, as that alone bears my name. The arrangement entered into between M.R. Woodbridge and myself was predicated solely on my having compiled and taught a system of modern geography similar to his, whereas my writing the ancient was merely an accidental consequence of my becoming a partner in the concern. In applying my mind to the subject, many ideas, new to me, occurred, as to the difference of the studies of modern and ancient geography, the difficulties attending the latter, and the methods of surmounting them. In finding these methods, I have been guided by the general views just explained, concerning the proper objects of books for instruction. I could wish those of my friends to whom I have heretofore explained the principles of my method of the study of geography, and the means by which I was led to this arrangement, to read with attention, M.R. Woodbridge's preface *TGE will be no less astonished at the coincidence of our views in originating this system, than were those of our friends who witnessed our first conversations, and in fact, than we were ourselves. They will however perceive that our agreeing in so many points in the execution of our plans, was by no means the effect of chance, but naturally arose from our setting out with the same end in view, and agreeing in opinion as to the means most proper for its attainment. The end proposed was to find that method of teaching the science, the most easily learned, the longest remembered, and which in studying would afford the most profitable discipline to dry mind. In our opinion, the means proper to attain this end, was carefully and patiently to scrutinize our own minds, as to the effect of methods of teaching the science, which in the course of our education had been adopted with us. It is true that each individual intellect possesses not only those principles which are common to every human mind, but some modifications of them peculiar to itself, and a person forming a system wholly by consulting the operations of his own mind, might adapt it to these peculiarities, rather than to the general laws which regulate the intellectual powers of man. But in the present instance, the fact is before us, that two persons proceeding upon the evidence of consciousness have without any concert whatever, formed a system in all material points alike. Now if we have calculated upon those principles of our own minds which are common to all others, it is not surprising that in 100 particulars we have brought out the same result. But if we have each mistaken our own peculiarities for the general laws of mind, our finding so many points of agreement in the execution of our plans is wonderful, for the whole number of the possible peculiarities of the human mind is incalculably great. If this reasoning is not fallacious, it cannot but go far to establish the correctness of the system, which we here unitedly present to the public. The preface here alluded to was that published in the first edition of the Rudiments. May I be excused for offering in this place a few remarks in reference to those friends, to whom I have repeatedly pledged myself to publish my method of teaching geography, and who know that one have been for years collecting and arranging materials for this purpose.
Collecting and arranging for the purpose.
Rising, if they should consider me unwise in thus relinquishing the labor of years. But let them consider on the other hand, that M.R. Woodbridge has also relinquished part of a copyright obtained solely by his own invention and industry. It is true I have pledged myself, to give to my friends my method teaching geography. I offer them this book to redeem that pledge. If they have all that is valuable in my plan, it matters not from whose hand they receive it, and in this book they will find all its essential parts, with important additions.
What's crazy is, I don't know if you guys noticed, this is not reading. This is a fourth book we found that is saying something totally different with what the damn book says. I don't know if you guys seen it. I did make it larger, but let me make it a little larger. I want you to listen and read and see that you're not reading what's in this book. It's saying something else. This book has been revised. Pay attention.
M.R. Woodbridge and myself had, without knowing each other's systems, each published our own, according to our separate intention. It would have been right that both of us should have made the most of our labors, but it may easily be seen that this would have been productive of vexation to ourselves, and, on the supposition of our having made an improvement, unfortunate for the public. By it having met and discovered the coincidence of our plans, how much better is it to incorporate them together, thus uniting in one system the peculiar excellences of each, and forbearing to wound the cause of education, to which, in ways somewhat peculiar, our labors have been hitherto devoted, designed to aid in study and examination. Note: this analysis is intended as a substitute for questions, comprising all that is necessary for the study and examination of advanced students, without the repetition and tediousness of formal interrogation. At the same time that it serves as a table or contents to lie whirly, it is easy to convert it into questions for examination, by the addition of any appropriate word or words which the instructor may prefer, such as what is geography? What can you say of fixed stars? Describe the rotation of the earth and its effects. Which are the hottest parts of the earth? Yeah. Give an account of the seasons from March to September. How is longitude required? Mathematical geography.
That's why I was reading weird.
Geography.
Like crazy.
Mathematical geography T1 Physical geography 2 Civil 3 Statistical 4 Appearance and form of the Earth 5 How nearly spherical 6 Fixed stars Number visible Supposed use 7 Planets 8 The Earth 9 Primary planets 10 Revolution of the Earth 11 Rotation its effects 12 Motions of other planets Table 13 Mathematical Device I05 Eye of the Earth P 4 Circles 17 14, Great Circles 15 How divided 16 Length of a degree 17 Poles 18 Equator 19 Ecliptic 20 Tropics 21, Polar Circles 22 Latitude 23 Parallels of latitude 24 Effects of latitude 25 Natural divisions The Earth P10 General form of the Earth its surface IT 62 Greatest and proportional elevation of the mountains 63 Extent of water and land 64, the land J/littoral divisions, P. 11 continents 1 T 65 islands 66 land in northern hemisphere 67, irregularities of land 68 coast 69 peninsula 70 isthmus 71 cape 72 definitions of physical geography 73 artificial divisions, P12. Grand divisions 1774 TB Eastern continent hottest parts of the earth 26 torrid zone 27 frigid zones 28 temperate zones 29 seasons, days and nights P.
29 6. Seasons, huh? Not 4?
Cause of seasons 1 T 30 from March to Sept. 31 from Sept to March 32 variety of days and nights 33 length of days and nights at the equator 34 in other parts of the WLD 35 from March to Sept. 36 from Sept to March 37 between the equator and the polar circles 38 from P. Circles to poles 39 in the opposite hemisphere 40 longitude and Dirks RENCE of time P. 7 meridian TT 42 suns apparent motion 43 comparative time in places east of us on the same meridian 44 physical geography. The Western Continent 75 Maritime World 76 divisions of it 77 Arctic regions 78 Political divisions 79 Europe 80 Russian Empire and Northern Europe 81 South of Europe 82 Middle Europe 83 Western Coast 84 Exercises on the maps Asia 85 Northern section STHN 86 Middle section 87 The Western Continent 75 Maritime World 76 divisions of it 77 Arctic regions 78 Political divisions 79 Europe 80 Russian Empire and Northern Europe 81, South of Europe 82, Middle Europe 83, Western Coast 84, exercises on the maps, Asia 85, Northern section STHN 86, Middle section 87.
Yep.
Questions on the maps. Africa 88,
fourth
Northern
book.
Africa 89, Central 90, Eastern 91, Estern 92, Southern 93, America, Divisions 94N. AM. Northern section 95, Middle 96, Southern 97,
Just
South
crazy.
America, Northern 98, I on the opposite side of I, the Earth 44,
But we hear
I,
it.
longitude 45, how reckoned 46 degrees of long, to 1 hour's difference of time 47 explanations, preparatory to the use of maps. P. 8 representation of the Earth's surface TT 48A map 49A chart cardinal points 50 intermediate points 51 points of compass on the Earth 52 on a map or chart 53 course or direction 54 parts of a country 55 lines on maps 56 latitude and longitude, how marked 57 problems I. To find the latitude 58 2. The longitude 59 3. The dival of time 64. The length of days 61 Eastern, West N, STHN 99 Oceanica extent, population, inhabitants 100. General remarks, p. 16 direction of continents IFLOL greatest, principal divisions, or face of the land, p. General remarks, p. 16 direction of continents IFLOL greatest length
Maybe
of each
it's reading the
102
shadow
outlines
info.
103 principal projections 104 example of uniformity in the outlines 105 terminations of both 106 the sea, p. 16. Principal divisions H107 the Northern Ocean 108 Southern Ocean 109 Pacific 110 Indian 111 Atlantic 112
Indian,
the Sea
not
113
India.
A Strait 114 A Channel a Sound 115 Gulf or Bay 116 A Harbor a Road 117 Questions on the Oceans and TIEX branches P. 18. Or face of the land, P. 8. 2 general divisions highlands,
Yep, that's what it was
lowlands
doing, reading it from
TTLLS
behind.
mountains 119 volcanoes 120 plains, tableland 121 deserts 122 a lake 123 a river 124 source, mouth, Fritz 125 a vale 126 a basin 127 a declivity 128 face of a country 129 descent of rivers 130 structure of the earth. P20. Solid parts of the earth V132 geology its importance 133 depth of mines, minerals found in them 134 composition of the body of the earth 135 direction of the strata 136 clefts chasms and caves 137 beds and veins 138 rocks near the surface 139 at the greatest depth 140.
How would y'all know that?
Rocks between these 141 strata above the rocks 142 Gen L. Arrangement 143 direction of the strata primary 144 transition L40 secondary 116 alluvial 147 volcanic rocks 148 trap rocks 149 mode of classing rocks 150 of naming a country 151 composition of rocks 152 primary rocks 153.
Why would you have to name a country if there is a country that's an ancient land that's been there forever? Why would you have to name it in modern times unless it was a reorchestrated and connected continent to a story that is reconstructed to fit the narrative? Come on. I hope you guys are paying attention to common sense.
Or face of the land, P. How distinguished 100 and transition countries 166 their rivers 167 soil 168 water 169 minerals 170 secondary rocks 171 secondary countries elevations and declivities 172 effects on the soil 173 rivers 174 coast 175 general soil 176 sandstone salt rocks 177 minerals contained 178, salt hills of Cardona. Springs of secondary countries 179 upper strata of the earth 180 change of rocks, sudden 181 gradual 182 effects of water 183 to 4 evidence of these facts 185 extensive alluvial strata 186
I want to make sure
formed.
you guys see this because it's trying to skip stuff. It says peninsula 70, Isthmus Cape 72, divisions of physical geography, definitions of physical geography 73. And then it says artificial divisions. This is what I wanted you guys to see most. Artificial divisions, the grand divisions, the eastern continent, the creation of nations, as they set up plantations and reservations on the land and set up the embassy and set up the Bretton Woods Conference so that they can help with the IIM office in funding these organizations because they're all part of the same rogue organization. This is what's going on. Pay close attention.
From them 187 surface of alluvial countries, 188
rivers,
harbors, 189 coasts, 190 fertility of the soil, 191
fertility. Great
alluvians
soil.
from primitive 92 rocks, sandy alluvians, water 193, air from transition and secondary rocks 194, from basaltic and volcanic rocks 195, river alluvians 196, narrow valleys 197, water and air of rich alluvians 198, marshes 199, minerals of alluvians 200, of rich alluvians 201, of sandy alluvians 202. Changes of alluvians 203, motion of sands 204, plains and deserts p. 29, plains and steppes 11,205, there produce 206, prairies or savannas 207, llanos or pampas 208, in Venezuela and Buenos Aires 209, in Hungary 210, pine barrens 211, Ohio barrens 212, peat moors 213, deserts and oases 214. In Africa and Asia 215, their appearance 216, motion of the sands 217, mirage 218, desert of Gobi 219, steppes of Russia and Sib 220, of the Caspian 221, desert
the Caspian,
of America 222 to 3, of South America 224, mountains p. 0.33.
Quite a few, huh?
Insulated mountains TT 225, groups and chains 226, length of chains 227, chains around the Pacific Ocean 229, South Atlantic 230, North Atlantic 231, alluvial tracts 232, declivities 233, tablelands 234 to 5, valleys 236, there form in low reg NS 237, in elevated regions 238, passes or defiles 239, names given 240. Clubratus 241,
names
passes
given.
for rivers 242, names origin of valleys and
given.
200.
When the name is given, that means what happened? What happened when the name is given? That's a birth of something, right? The creation of what? Right? So when we're thinking about them talking about these continents, these places, these lands, right? That is a birth of what? Birth of a nation, birth of continents, birth of creation stories, right? They're telling you right here what they did. Let's go back and hear that again. Make sure you heard it.
Insulated mountains TT 225, groups and chains 226, length of chains 227, chains around the Pacific Ocean 229, South Atlantic 230, North Atlantic 231, alluvial tracts 232, declivities 233, tablelands 234 to 5, valleys 236, there form in low reg NS 237, in elevated regions 238, passes or defiles 239, names given 240.
Names given. Names given. When you only give a name to the birth of something, right? What is the birth of? The birth of nations, the creation, the birth of nations. This is how you get a name or acquire a name. It says, it's telling you right here, it says names given to. It's not saying these are the names of. There's clues in the truth, guys. You got to pay attention. Names given to. Names given to. The birth of the child, the nation that the Papa created, the papal bull, the father. Damn, this shit stopped again. It's so annoying. I hate when you do that.
Or face of the land, p. Springs of secondary country, alluvions from primitival 92 rocks sandy alluvions. Changes of alluvions 203 in Africa and Asia 200 insulated mountains
Oh, wait, I
TT2
want y'all to
in
see this
Africa
part
and
too. Let
Asia
me not miss that.
215 their appearance 216 motion of the sands 217 mirage 218 desert of Gobi 219 steppes of Russia and Sip 220 of the Caspian 221 desert of N America 200.
Listen, I know y'all, I don't know if y'all see this, but I want y'all to see this really close, right? Physical geography. I just told you about the creation of nations, the embassy working to install these nations, right? Look right here. It's telling you the Western continent and maritime world. The maritime world, the division of its Arctic regions and political divisions. Now, do you guys understand? If this is making sense, somebody put a 1 in the chat. Let me know y'all with me. Let me know y'all with me. Yeah, y'all seeing this? I hope I ain't went all over y'all head. I know we read a couple of different books, but I want y'all to see the whole coincidence of the whole story, the trinity of freaking lies, right? When it comes to your division of royalty, your division of who you are, the division of where your land is, it's all a trick. I just want y'all to get this shit. Like, for real. Y'all with me? Let's go.
And 22 to 3 of South America 224 mountains p. 0.33. Insulated mountains TT 225 groups
chains
and
around
chains
the ocean.
226 length of chains 227 chains around the Pacific Ocean 229 South Atlantic 230 North Atlantic 231 alluvial tracts 232 declivities 233 tablelands 234 to 5 valleys 236 there form in low reg NS 237 in elevated regions 238 passes or defiles 239 names given 240
names given
broadest 241 passes for rivers 242 origin of valleys and sea 243 natural bridges 244 in Virginia 245 at Iconenso 246 pierced mountains 247 forms of mountains 248 of volcanic peaks 249 of miss of granite 250 of stratified rocks 251 of limestone 259 of sandstone 253 of trap rocks 254 giants causeway 255 Hebrides. Other exam 8.256 height of trap rocks 257 effect of elevation on the air 258 on travelers 258 on temperature and vegetables 260 in tablelands 261 height of human habitations 269 placers 263 their appearance 264 where found 265 avialankles 266 uses of mountains 267 to 8 classification of alts 269 table of their height 270 islands p 41 character of islands it 271 situation and appearance 272 small and large islands 273 structure of islands 274 volcanic islands 275 coral reefs and islands 276 to 7 effects on harbors 278 volcanoes p 42 character of volcanoes 11,279 tri-air eruptions 280 how frequent 281 number of volcanoes 282 range in America 283 in Asia 284 from the Indian Ocean to Europe 285 volcanic islands in the Atlantic 288 IL signs and description of an eruption 287 streams of lava 288 ashes 289 Herculaneum and Pompeii 290 eruptions of water and mud 291 mud volcanoes 292 most frequent eruptions 293 extinct volcanoes 294 craters 295 tracks near a volcano 296 violent effects of voles 297 submarine volcanoes 298 to 9, 2.JEARTHQUAKESP.
That's right.
46. Signs of an earthquake 301 effects 302 to 3 changes produced 304
right,
most dreadful earthquake 305 earthquakes of 1755 306 the most recent 307 earthquakes of 1811 to 12 308 in Venezuela 309 in the United States 310 where most frequent 311 their origin 312 to 13 KV5 2 Gates P.
I want to
47 naked cavities
press 1 if you guys want to hear all of the coordinates, everything that's being described. I will go ahead and play it. I was going to fast forward, but I really kind of wanted you to hear all of this. It's got so much information just on these descriptions. So actually my mind said no, play it anyway. So let's go. I'm just going to be here a little longer possibly, but yeah, let's get it.
115 Fingal's Cave 316 caves in Iceland volcanic caves vapors 317 in S.
Period.
America 319
it's only here, baby.
Near Rome. Caves containing bones 328 stalactic caves in U. S. Weir's Cave, NC. 329 to 30 saline caves v 331 at Corv Dunjay, Indiana. 332 Niter Caves, 333 Blowing Caves, 334 Grotto del Cane, 330.
Did I hear that right? It said blowing caves. I'm going to remind it just in case y'all missed it.
KV5 2 Gates P. 47 naked cavities IT 315 Fingal's Cave 316 caves in Iceland volcanic caves vapors 317 in S. America 319 near Rome. Caves containing bones 328 stalactic caves in U. S. Weir's Cave, NC. 329 to 30 saline caves v 331 at Corv Dunjay, Indiana. 332 Niter Caves, 333 Blowing Caves, 334 Grotto del Cane, 335 Rivers P. 50. Origin of rivers. Size IT 336 Connection of sources 337 of their basins 338 streams 2, IB, E to dry up 339 Current of rivers 340 Their course 341 Rivers of primary and transition countries, course and character
transition
342 Mouths use V 343 of second Y and Alluvia I 344 Their hanks 345 Marshes and origin of rivers. Size IT 336 Connection of sources 337 of their basins 338 streams 2, IB, E to dry up 339 Current of rivers 340 Their course 341 Rivers of primary and transition countries,
primary and transition companies.
342 Mouths use V 343 of second Y and Alluvia I 344 Their hanks 345 Marshes and water 346 Mouths 347 Deltas 348 Passage through MTS 349 Their tulposits 350 Rivers disappearing 351 Lost entirely 352 HI and low water floods 0.353 daily floods 354 annual floods 355 most remarkable 356 their height 357 their afflex 358 rivers meeting the ocean their phi.RCE 359 their level 360 effects of opposing tides 361 classes of rivers 362 rivers of America Mississippi,
of America,
Amazon 363 St. Lawrence, Orinoco 364 of Asia 3 Kiangku 3 G5 Ganges 366 of Africa, Nile, Niger 367 of Europe 368 Table of Rivers Quest 369 Lakes P. 57 Lakes 370 Origin and Discharge 371 Periodical lakes 372
Periodical.
with no visible outlet 373, salt lakes where most abundant 374, natron lakes 375, Tinkle Lake of Thibet 376, level of lakes 377, storms 378, agitations 379, floating islands in lakes 380, scenery 381, in primary regions 382. In secondary 383, in alluvions 384, examples 365, Lakes of America 366, Caspia HC 387, Lake Baikal 388, Lakes of Europe 389, of Africa 390, Table of Lakes 391, questions on the table: how much longer and broader is the Caspian than Lake Superior 1? How many lakes of the eastern continent are larger than Ontario? How many
Ontario.
larger than Champlain 1? Hoyo-many-ag Europe.
Seneca,
Larger
England.
than the Lake 1 Falls A D Cataract JP. 61. Different classes of falls to 92 in different geological formations 393, their use 394, their appearance 395,
Yes.
falls of Niagara 396, their divisim 397, their EFL-X 393, general features of other cataracts 399, falls of R.
What do you mean by that, bro? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. You said the repairing of rights is the rivers dried up. Are you just saying that as far as like all the rivers that have been drying up? I want to make sure there's so many analogies I can go through in my head as soon as I read that. So drop it in the chat so I have a clear understanding of where you're coming from, brother. Which angle? Okay, let's go.
Slugmorency Anchidiair 400, Mississippi 401, Missouri 402, Passaic 403, Mohawk 404. Catawba 405, Taco Creek 406, Connecticut Hudson 407, highest in America 408, Cataracts of the Nile 409, of primary regions in Europe 410, most considerable 411, Cataracts
of the Nile
of the Alps 412, of
the
Tierney
Alps,
413,
which is in New York,
of Tivoli 414, Canals P. 64. Canals 415, mode of constructing on level ground 416, on irregular ground 417, tunnels 418, canals of China 419, locks
417 tunnels. Listen, message, let me put in the chat for you guys. Message: 416 tunnels underground transportation always was here. Let's go, guys. I'm having fun with this one.
Mode of passing 421, design and use of canals 422, Imperial Canal of China 423, longest in Europe 424, other canals of France 425, of Kiel 426, of Middle Europe 427, of Inland 428 to 9, of Scotland 430, of Ireland 431.
Yes, sis, you know then. I did too. I lived in New York.
432 in the Carolinas, 333 in New York, 434 Grand
How many?
Western Canal,
in New York?
435 others in the U. Slates 436, table of canals. Canals 415, mode of constructing on level ground 416, on irregular ground 417, tunnels 418, canals of China 419, locks 420, mode of passing 421, design and use of canals 422, Imperial Canal of China 423, longest in Europe 424, other canals of France 425, of Kiel 426, of Middle Europe 427.
Middle Europe
428 to 9, of Scotland.
Where's that at?
430, of Ireland 431, I Middlesex.
All the Anglo-Saxon.
S 432 in the Carolinas.
When we hear Anglo-Saxon, right? Are they talking about the Aryans? Didn't they tell you that the Aryan race was a race that was a pure blood white race, that they wanted to be pure blooded and they were the Aryans? And Is that true? Do you believe that to be true, guys? When you hear all these stories, I have to make sure that I show you guys the lies in some of this shit. The swastika, that's supposedly a Nazi Germany thing. I'm going to pull up a video I did last year. We'll show a little bit of that shortly. Let's go. And I want you guys to see this right here. What this say? It say the Giant's Causeway. I want y'all to see this because remember, it's reading slightly off. So I want to make sure you guys are seeing the information. Right here, it says the Giant's Causeway. Herbert Hebra's other example in the height of the trap rocks, effects of the elevation on the air, on the travelers, the temperature, so on and so forth. All this happened. And it says here, the Giant's Causeway. This is one of the books that I really want to do the whole book. I would have to take like... There's another book I said I wanted to do overnight on, so you guys can really see. Oh, the Constitution, so y'all can really understand the Constitution. Because I might do that tonight before I go to bed. I might just set it up just so you guys can hear it. But this is so important. This book right here, this along with the American Atlas that I have, these books need to literally have their own forum. I'm going to be doing some things. I haven't really talked about it because I know a lot of people are doing different things. Y'all know I do so much and it takes me a while to get into things. I'm in the middle of writing a couple of books right now, guys. I just never have the time to complete or finish nothing I need to do in my life. I'm forever trying to help somebody. Somebody's always calling me about something. People need help with these classes. Some people can't afford it. I got to figure out, hey, do I want to take this extra person on so that I can help them? That's just more time to be with this person individual. And then it's a lot, guys. I love you guys to death, but it's like, man, I got to try to love me more. And I'm trying to have time set aside to do all these things. This is why we're doing the group. The private group, guys. I know you guys haven't gotten an email since our last video stream, but the group is set. That was the last stream. I'll be doing private streams here and there, but this was specifically so I can see who would be in the private group that we're selecting. I do have the book club. I told you guys about a month and a half ago, we're going to be doing a book club. When it comes to the book club, there's two different clubs. One will be on financing and banking, and one will be on history. You guys will have to send me an email and say you want to be in the book club and put either banking or history, finance and banking or history. You have to make sure you put it very clearly in the email because this is going to be so strict, guys. I don't have a lot of time to do a lot of things, but I'm trying to help everybody in all the areas. When it comes to the book club, guys, it's going to be a $25 a month. You got to pay $25 a month because this is going to be like, it's not just here's a book. This is going to be study. I'm going to be breaking things down just like I do here, along with other things. So the other one would be the book club with banking and finance, or you can join the book club with history. If you want to join both, that's fine, but it will be two separate groups. You just have to make sure you send a separate email, one for finance and banking, and then the other one for history. Okay. The one that has the history will actually be history and genealogy. I'll be going over and researching names in the group. We'll be looking up information, trying to find people, placing them based off the records. And I got a ton of records. I mean, y'all should know. I done showed y'all a few, and I really got a ton of records. So this stuff takes a lot of time, guys, a lot of studying, a lot of intense dedication, and I don't mind doing it, but I have to have some type of compensation for my time, guys. I can't just keep doing this and forget about the world. And yes, I know all money is fake, so everybody else better go along with me. It don't work like that, y'all, because I'm still operating partially in the public because I'm assisting you guys. If not, y'all wouldn't see me on YouTube. I can leave and go into the private, guys. I want y'all to have a clear understanding of this. I can leave at any moment in time. Focus on the private, which is me, myself, and I alone, right? Or I can continue to be partially in the public by assisting and bringing others and being able to create the nation I'm trying to create the foundation for. But I don't know if people are taking me serious. I know there's so much in and out when it comes to YouTube. You don't know who's doing what, but if y'all over here, y'all should know or have enough discernment to know when I tell y'all some shit, it's like really the realest. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not playing around. I don't have time for that. Because after a little bit of time, once me and the groups get situated, we will all come together. And I'm not going to divulge all of our issues or concerns or privacy, but when we all come together, this is literally going to be the solid foundation. And like, I'm not playing with nobody. So anybody I feel crossing me, playing with me, you know, not taking it serious, they not taking it serious as I am, and I'm the one dedicating all this time and so on and so forth, I don't know what to tell you. You guys to be dismissed. I had a whole nother group. I had to literally let the whole group go. The shit was like a dead rock on my shoulder, literally. So it was so stagnating and just, it was just, So I definitely am not going to do this again. I can't afford to waste time. I really can't. So just so you know, I know I went off topic, guys, but I definitely had to put that out there. So let's go.
133 in New York, 434 Grand Western Canal, 435 others in the U. Slates 436 Table of Canals, 437 mentioned from this table.
Glad you enjoyed
the longest
it, brother.
canal in the world, the second 3. Next in length, the broadest and deepest, the second in this respect, that which rises highest, the 3 next in elevation, grand divisions of the world, p. 67.
Oh, I used to go to soda,
natural
sis.
divisions of the continents, peculiarities of each continent, TT 438. South America, p. 68 mountains.
I'm sorry, I got to say something about this, Empress. I used to go, listen, when I first moved to New York, I was in my 20s, right? My ex family, they had family, and they used to always go out to sodas to the brick wall. I don't know if you put the brick, if you're familiar, sis, let me know. But we used to go to the brick wall, the little hole in the wall. I'm like, this is what y'all came, drove an hour and something from Rochester to get to. Literally, it was fun, but it was literally a hole in the damn wall. Since we used to drive out there at least twice a month. That shit crazy. You just brought back a memory.
439 the Andes, 440 Eohern branch, 441 middle, 443 southern, 443 carat aspect and character, 444 principal ridge, 445 physical divisions, p. 69
y'all need to get the
western
card. Oh my gosh.
446 basin of the Amazon, 400.
I'm gonna rewind that part. Listen, y'all need to get the Transact card, like literally within the next day or two. I ain't kidding y'all. It's gonna be $2 to every dollar. It's a promotion. They just switched. They're actually solidifying with the bank that they're launching with. The launch is next week. I mean, I wish I would have had the bread to get down there. It's going to be in Las Vegas. It's going to be really nice. So the launch is next week. The card will be launched. You guys will all receive your cards. It's going to be $2 to every dollar on the card. I mean, like, the benefits have improved even from what we started with. I will get the link in a minute, or before we get out of here. You guys remind me, I don't want to get distracted too much, but I definitely want to make sure that I put the link out there for you guys to get in there. The first 5 people that joined today, send me your email and your confirmation number. I can go check it in my back office. Once I see that you did, go ahead and sign up. I'll send you a $5 cash app back. So it only costs you $20 versus a $25 lifetime membership. People thinking like, oh man, this is it's more into the bank and shit. This is not more into a damn thing, but getting some free bucks, like literally. $25 membership, you're automatically getting 500 Z-Bucks. That's $500. Everything that you spend that you got to pay bills on, you could pay right through there, and then you're going to get the Z-Bucks back in double. Like, you can't beat it. It's consumer bucks at its best, like literally. Let's go.
And 47 of the Orinoco, 448 of the Paraguay, 449 tableland of Chiquitos, 450 its valleys and plains, 451 its eastern declivity, and the Brazilian Andes, 452 inland JM navigation,
New York.
71 western declivity, IT 453 R. Slakalina and Cauca, 454 basin of the Orinoco, 455 of the Amazon, 456 of the La Plata, 457 North America, p. 72 its
this
connection with
launching this month, baby.
IT 458
next week is the launch.
Mountains.
You'll get it after that.
General character of N. I America, 439 I Great Western Chain, 460 its height and breadth, 461 branch to the N. E 462 range on the Pacific, 0.463 MT5. E. Dot of Mississippi, 464.
Yep, 25
Allegheny
bucks,
Ridge.
bro.
465
now,
branches on the west, 466 Blue Ridge, 400.
It was a $25 annual membership, right? But now with the new advances that they have received at this new branch, is more companies added. So more companies you can use your Z-Bucks with. 400 branches on the west, 466 Blue Ridge, 400. And 465 branches on the west, 466 Blue Ridge, 400.
400
is more companies added. So more companies you can use your Z-Bucks with. You can use them on traveling as well, like for airport, different things. There's different companies that take it. You got to check and see which ones are on the list though. But you can use them for so many things. So yeah, it's $25 now for a lifetime membership. Once you pay the $25 now before the launch, if you pay it before the launch, the $25 gives you a lifetime membership. So you don't have to pay the $25 annually. That's the good thing about that. What else? There's a couple of other things. I might go into the skit on the transact. I did have a video up. Maybe I'll play a little bit of it. If not, you guys can go find it on, I think last week I did that. But you really need to take advantage of this, guys. I'm telling you, like, this is a move, a solid one.
67 connection with Green and White Mountains, 463 ridges in
VN. Just check this, sis.
And Penn. 469 breadth and height of Appalachian chain, 470 aspect, 471 White Mountains, 472 MTS.
Yeah.
A primary region of the United States, 473 Taconic range, 474 its highest points, 475. Bulliet Mountain range, 476 MTS. In New Hamp. Analysis of physical divisions of JV. America. 77, IT 479 Aslary I did Lively 480 I Vort Lithene declivity 48 J all dot inlet declivity 4 I2 IL3 Alluvian 483 its shore and EU Vashon 484 character and dot ISIS. Of the R.
It should be on my page.
Rappahannock 48, in states S dot of dot Maryland 48 U primitive of the US, 4S7 Boyanillery on the west 4BS. Boundary on the east 489 transition formation 49I, second V region of U. S 491 MTS. In the Miss, basin 492 character of the basin 493 the delta 494 middle section 495 and lion section, Divis. 496 thoroughly country 497 Caraton, Lulatinkown. Surface 49C. Climate 509 country between the Emissus and Missouri, 501 south of the Missouri 502 west of longitude 96 asterisk, surface and aspect 503 soil and character 504, basin of St. Lawrence 35 basin of Calanivia R. 59 G inland Java V, ration, P. 85. Navigation of the Mississippi and its branches 507 their current, obstructions in TNE Mississippi 505 Missouri 509 Ohio 510 Arkansas 511 Red R. 512 branches of the dot miss.
For the things, there's no babe.
ST.
Hold on, I'm gonna drop
Lawrence
the link.
514 KO.IE of the fur traders 515 Lake Chain Plain, River St. Francis 516 rivers of the Atlantic declivity and their tide waters 517 their falls 518 river soft gen. And Carrot. C 519 of N. Carolina 520 Chesapeake Bay 521 James R. Potomac 522 to 3 Susquehanna 524 Delaware Bay and River 525 Rivers of X. Jersey 526 Hudson River 527 Rivers E. Of the Hudson 528 Connecticut River 529 Narragansett Bay 530. Flaramik River 531 Rivers of Maine 532 Connection of basins of St. Lawrence and Missy Point 534 of the St. Lawrence and Atlantic declivity 535 of the Mississippi and Atlantic declivity 536 inland navigation along the coast, from So Hampshire to Virginia 537 Virginia to Georgia 533 navigally. Of Columbia R. 539. Arctic regions P. 92 I boundaries 11,540 aspect and rivers 541 Antarctic regions I situation and aspect 542, Europe P. 93 general aspect IT 543, J Houndens. 2 principal highlands 544. MPS, extent and aspect 545 lower parts, middle eye regions, upper divus ions, elevated valleys 0.546 jmt. Jura 547. Pyrenees, their extent 548. Structure and aspect 549 Carpathian MTS. 550. Chain of MT. Horos 551. Apennines 552 Surface of Italy, other mountains 553 1. Mountains of Spain 0.5.54 Scandinavian Hile NDS, Principal Cyane, extent, character 5.551 Their branches 556 Ural Mountains, extent, height 5 aspect, character 557 Physical divisions p. 97. Surface of Europe Scandinavian Highlands 115.58 Alpine Highlands 5.59 Great Lowland of Europe 560 Northern part of GERMI 561 Denmark, Netherlands, Prussia, Poland, Russia 562 Course of rivers, Grand declivities of Europe 563 Northern declivity, situation, divisions 564 Southern due. Divisions 565 Inland J-AII Asian P. 99 566 R. Valsa, and its canals 567 I. Ardini, ER 568 R. Don 5691 R. Rhine 570 of Holland 571 I.
I'm not sure, sis, I'll check.
572 France. Rivers 573 Canals 0.5741 Spain 575 R. Danube 576 and Germany, Prussia, and Poland 577 1 R. EMS, Vivasor, Elba 578 R.
Man, y'all, it's so many of them. Y'all still want to keep listening because there's more. This ain't the last page. Y'all want to move on to the info? Look, we're going to get to it. Even if I do a part 2, 3, 4, we can finish it. I know I always say that, but we
Gotha, L.
We will.
Winner and C.584 J. Denmark 585 1 IG.
Look, y'all, it's so many of them. Y'all want to keep going because that's all I'll be able to do.
Thames, Canals 5S7.
Press 2 if you want to get into this.
5881. Caledonian Canal.
Press 2.
NC.
If you want to get into this.
589 J. Ireland.
Press
R.
2 if y'all ready to switch
Shannon
it up.
And Canals 590 R. Barrow 591 Inovacation. From the I-Baltic to Therses 592.
Yes, as long as you had the information.
C to N. Europe 593. Atlantico. Across Great Britain to Stockholm 594 Asia page 194. Most striking features mountains. Principal chain 59 I rivets flowing from it 597 branch of Altayan MTs. 598 Himalaya Mountains
Yes,
599 declive.
Sign up, bro.
Aspect Higlet.
Make sure y'all
600
hit that.
chains
Hit
of
that for real,
Hindukush
for real.
Paropamisus. Belarti. 601
Hit that.
Caucasus. Its aspect 602
$500.
Taurus. 603 Libano carat and Anti-Libanus 604 Zagro carat 605 Ararat 606.
Literally for $25, it's a lifetime membership to sign up. Even if you say, okay, I'm gonna pay $25 and use the little $500 Z-Bucks in their store, buy whatever I want out their store with the Z-Bucks, and that's all I'm gonna do with it. After that, I'm done with the account. I mean, I wouldn't suggest doing that because like every time you spend money, if you spend $50, you're getting $100 in Z-Bucks for the early sign up. You're getting $2 on the buck versus $1 on the buck. So now, even if you're buying something and then you have to use your Z-Bucks and then a certain amount of cash, so you got to use $15 cash on your product, and then you can use $50 of Z-Bucks, or you can use $40 in Z-Bucks, and you might have to pay $40 in cash, depending on whatever it is the item is. They have different prices. You still going to be able to use your points and basically be getting things for free. It's literally consumer bucks. I can't make that much clearer. But press 2 if you guys want to go to this item here, let me know, or you guys want to continue with that, or we can do that on the second build and go into the information. I can read a little bit into it. I know you guys are interested, but we can go into some of the information. It's a lot of information in here, like seriously, like I don't even know what to tell y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's so many books. It's got the caves in Iceland. Let me show y'all. Go back to this real quick. See, we can go. It talk about the naked cavities, the Fingals caves, the caves in Iceland. I mean, it goes into so much. The information itself. This is just telling you what's in the book. It's telling you what information, where it's at in the book, so on and so forth. So we've just been going through and it's giving the information, yes, but we haven't really gotten to the details, you know. Because see, all of this just gives you the description. So if you're looking for a particular subject, you can go in there and look for it, and then find it on that page. So this is talking about, look, the races of men. Now it goes into the origins, varieties of the origins, the characteristics of the Europeans, which we know, the nations that were included, the Celtics, the Gothics, the whites in America, the Asiatics, which we know are part of America. The Asiatic race was a part of America. Asia America, which was part of one of the continents, one of the only great continents, like literally Anchor Watts. Like, I mean, come on. Nations of this race, American race. I mean, Malay, Africa. Like, look, it's so much stuff to go into this book, guys, instead of just reading our description. I know it gets interesting because you want to know, what's all in there. It's a lot of shit in here, y'all, but we can't even get to none of it if y'all want to just keep going over it. But listen, I asked y'all twice. See, look, it talks about even the languages, the divisions of the races, the variety of languages, things of that nature. Tower of Babylon, it doesn't say that here, but that's in here. There's so much here. Between the gangs, the Atlantic, Malay, and the different dialects, changes in the language, how they started changing, the number that were estimated of the particular languages. I mean, like, I'm just saying, guys, I'm giving you guys a choice because, I'm really chilling today. I had some other things to do, but I was trying to keep an easy mind. So I said, let me get into this because I actually wanted to go into something else earlier. But I can do that at another time. Okay, so let's see. All right. So 2, sis said 2. So I do have 1, 2. Nobody else said anything. Maybe some people are just listening here and there. So sis, you say yes, 2, 2. You want to continue in this book, but go into some of the information before we get to the next book, or did you want to just get into the next book? Sis, put it in the chat because you don't even want responding. Just finish the process. Official card. Remember that. That's what's up, brother. I'm telling you. See. Listen, we about to be in there. And y'all all up under the Soul Star banking. So this about to be. Listen, y'all. I'm doing some big stuff, y'all. Y'all just trust your girl. And I also have a contributor as well. All right. So let's go. Sis said yes. I believe she wants to continue in this book, but with more information. Let's see. Let's go to 74 real quick. This is a place to start. Let me see. Maybe do a little up here. This says this is the strata of the earth. Unknown territory. They say unknown territory, but it's known by somebody, huh? Because somebody there. The Chippewa Mountains, the Allegheny Mountains, Europe, the Black Sea, China, Pacific. This goes into 40 degrees and 45 degrees is what it says. Okay, we don't know. We didn't measure it ourselves, but we can, I guess, figure they had. Okay, hold on. Let me go up real quick so we can get to page 74. I'm going to just see that. Oh, I'm getting tired, guys. Okay, let me see. And it ain't tired of this. I'm okay with still doing the build. I'm just saying it's all rainy and disgusting out. It's so nasty. Okay, see, this shows the canals and the connecting, where the canals were connecting, the mouths in between. Like I told you guys, they used to be able to travel to all these different places, like literally. I did want to, well, no, I read a lot of it to you guys. Maybe I'll just do this page and then we'll go into, dang, can I start here? I might have to go up a little bit. Dang it. Yeah, I do. But then I have to read all 3 pages. 1, 2, 3, or is it 4? 3. Yes, 3. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go here. Okay. No, I had to read all 5 pages for. Yeah, okay. No, I'm gonna go where my first Ryan told me. Hold on, guys. Yeah, let's go. Okay, 74. Okay, I think it's 73, maybe. Okay. Okay, let's talk a little bit about North America and the mountainous areas in North America. And maybe that's why I want to go to 4. Yeah, we'll start here. Okay, guys, let's go.
Physical geography is from 50 to 100 miles. It runs nearly parallel with the coast of the Pacific Ocean, at the distance of several hundred miles, and probably extends to the Arctic Circle. 462 carat branch of the Chippevan Mountains extends to Hudson's Bay, between 50 and 60 carat north latitude, and proceeds southeast, to the source of the Ottawa or Ottawas River. Thence it turns northeast, and runs to the coast of Labrador, separating the rivers which fall into Hudson's Bay from those which fall into the Great Lakes, and the St. Lawrence. 463 along the coast of the Pacific.
Why do you think America has a place called the Great Lakes? Why is it great? Why is it great? Great would mean like the oldest, like it'll be your great grandmother, your great grandfather. They're an elder. They're the eldest, right? They would be the ancient ones, right? As we refer to them as well. The ancient ones. So the Great Lakes would mean that is the ancient lakes, right? That means the world's ancient land and its ancient lakes being the Great Lakes, which means the greater of any and all, right? We got to use our common sense and what tells the story, right? Let's go.
Is another range which seems to form a step to the Chippewan Mountains. It extends from the Cape of California, through this peninsula, along the coast to Cook's Inlet, generally rising to no great height in the southern portion. In the northern part, Laperouse states that it is 10,000 feet high, and at its northern extremity is Mt. Elias, 18,000 feet high, which is the loftiest peak of North America. 464 in FOU dotting the course hitherto pursued, of tracing the mountains from south to north, we find the chains east of the Andes, entirely interrupted, except in the chain of the West India Islands, by the Gulf of Mexico, and the Olivia Grounds which lie north of it. Immediately on their borders, east of the Mississippi River, a confused group of mountains rises gradually from the level of the sea, to the height of 3,000 or 4,000 feet, which seems to form the root of the Great Appalachian Chain, or the Eastern Chain of America.
The Eastern Chain of America. That's deep, right? So, when getting into this, I want you guys to have a correct, proper visual. I think I need to share from the other screen. Hold on. I think I'm going to have to share from the other screen these pictures real quick, just so you guys can make sure that you know you can tell fiction from truth, and nobody can tell you a story and pretend and, you know, any of that stuff with you, right? Because we don't want that to happen. Let's put this on the screen. Take this up for a second. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is Egypt. You know, we talk about the construction or reconstruction, the reconstruction of our lands, and it actually taken. If you guys see, if you may have to even go back to my to one of the videos, but I literally showed you guys the entire the Sphinx that they say this is like over in the desolate Egypt. I showed you guys how they took that from Memphis, Tennessee. There's old ancient books. Maybe I'll bring that up too. I have to go to my other pages and look through the photos. I hate getting distracted, but maybe I will if you guys don't recall. But the ancient Sphinx was actually in Memphis, Tennessee, to be exact, in Memphis. They disarranged it and they moved it to Egypt. I want to show you a story just in case you don't believe me. You think I'm making this shit up. Just you can't make it up. They did. I'm not making it up. I'm trying to tell you the truth. They made it up. See? They did. I didn't. See? Look, reconstructing. They had to break it apart because they didn't want it to crack up or nothing. They wanted to make sure it was clean. It took them they had to saw it, laser it. So now we're going to put it back together just like a puzzle. So you know, what does a puzzle do? It creates a story and a structure. See, creating the structure, right? The story, see, this is the story of everything that, you know, the structure, rebuilding it. That, you know, people always argue, they'll argue, well, how did they build the pyramids over there? There's no water. Then they'll say, oh, well, there was a stream, you know, it just dried up, but you know, there was a stream and they were able to come and build and bring down the water, all enough water for them to create these big, giant, huge structures. You know, it's just like amazing. Look, just putting it back together like a puzzle. Look, you don't know where it was. Wasn't messed up at, you know, whatever they didn't, they just kind of blended it, sanded it, I'm pretty sure. But you know, you could see the cracks and things from the old, but see, you could see they painted it first. So you could see right here. Let me make sure y'all can see. See, they painted it. Okay, where we're gonna cut it at so it can have a smooth edge. See right here? They have it painted. They knew where to cut it at precisely so that the weight would make the material crack. And see, if they cut it at a wrong precision, it might send a crack up the face or a crack up the middle or just a crack period in general. So they couldn't have it crack. It would look weird with a crack in the middle of a damn Sphinx that shouldn't have been moved, that's been there forever, right? So yeah, you guys see it? Then they have the pieces together to hold it together very tightly. And yeah, just a whole orchestrated hoax. Right? See? See what they do to your mind? See it? Y'all see it? Reconstruct it. You see it? See it? Yep. They're trying to make something theirs that they never damn had. They never be yours. This our stuff. Look. This is they had to dig down so everything could be like implanted. See the holes? They took pictures of all this. Look at them. They just like, oh, yes, they're creating the story because now this is our head that's being constructed, a part of us. Now we can reorchestrate and, you know, create new stories that we want to fit our narrative and stuff like that. You know, see. Y'all see? This is around the same excuse me, the same time of the creation of their great Israel. Remember? When was Israel created, y'all? Remember, I just showed y'all that their expiration was what, 4 days ago? Their countries expired. So this is part of the construction of that, you know, you feel me? So yeah, the Israel, not Israel. See, we're Israel, Israel, not Israel. Why do they spell Israel, Rael? That's an interesting point I don't want to dig into, but you guys see this. I'm going to flash through these pictures real quick so we can get back to the book. Because before we get back to the book, I want y'all to make sure y'all see these damn pictures. No, I ain't lying to y'all. You know, Sister Soul ain't I know a Pan-African gonna come here and find some shit to say. She made those pictures. She constructed the world. The great Egypt is, yeah. The other computer guy is like acting real crazy. See that? Y'all know why I don't do builds on this computer. I love this computer too, man. This shit is loaded. It got so much stuff on it. But hold on. It's acting slow for a minute, so I'm gonna give it a minute. Maybe I'm clicking too much. But yeah, y'all see it. What y'all think about that? Let me check with the chat while it's trying to get itself together. Okay, it's coming along now. What y'all think of that? What y'all think of these damn fake ass stories? If the Pan-Africans see this, do y'all think they're gonna believe their own eyes, or they still gonna be stupid? Somebody tell me in the chat. They still gonna be stupid, they gonna believe their own eyes. Which one? One or the other? One or the other? One or the other? Oh, twisting the narrative. Yeah. That's all they can do. There it goes. Wouldn't it be something if we had our kids with all these pictures, right? And then when they in school, the teachers teaching them, oh, blah, blah, blah. They say, well, look, teacher, have you ever seen this? It would blow their teacher's mind because they just as indoctrinated as the next one. They so dumb, they don't know shit. But what they was taught to teach. So they just as dumb. Yes, done in the 40s. Yes, around the time of the creation of Israel, around the same time as the Bretton Woods Conference was created. I've told you guys many times, look into these things so you can confirm facts. When I'm talking to you, understand. The Bretton Woods Conference, 1944, the creation of the United Nations, the creation of the embassies, creation of all these international agencies to reconstruct and orchestrate these themes of countries in these different fake-ass continents, right? Everything is distracting, keep you from knowing who you are. That part, all of it is. Putting the pictures in black and white on purpose. Right, it was only one color when I think I had some other color ones, brother, but over the years, sometimes stuff will literally delete out my damn computer. I got so much stuff that I've been looking for something, and it's like, dang, why I can't find this document? Something that'll pop in my head. I was like, oh, I remember that. Let me look for that. Can't find it. It's like Google be like literally going through your shit, like for real. I protect most of my stuff, but man, some of the stuff, it's just so much information, guys. They took the Sphinx from Memphis to over there in Egypt. Exactly, David. Yes. These demons, yes, they ain't shit, sis. They is a mess. Okay, y'all, let me go to, hold on, I forgot. Let me go back. Just finish showing the picture so we can get on to the book. Look, painting the little trying to paint the hieroglyphs on there, but they couldn't. Nobody believed this. Look, they done transferred it from some old other scrolls and took it. They and then tried to mock it so it looked exactly. Look at these demons. Do y'all see them? Look, she looking at them like, damn, y'all fucked up. We doing some bad shit. Look at her face. Look at her face. Y'all see her face? She looking like, damn, that's horrible. Yeah, girl, it's horrible. But you played a part in it. Your family, your bloodline too. Y'all see them? Let me see. This is an episode. Since you tell the truth, this is there's an episode on Shirley Temple. We grew up watching. Yep. When they was transitioning into Egypt. Yep. Oh, I forgot about that, sis. I do remember that. Oh, I wish I could remember what episode. I might look for that so I could show up a piece of that. You ain't lying, sis. I do remember that. I used to love Shirley Temple when I was a kid. I ain't gonna lie, because I was a singer, so I loved it. But yeah, look at this. Look, y'all. Check this craziness out. Just like absurd, right? When I tell you, look, they had to do the ritual. Now, see, this is the most important part. Y'all see, this is the what do you call it? Damn it. It just blew up. What is this thing, guys, that just blew up? Oh my gosh. It was a something stone. The what's the name stone? What the heck was the name of that damn thing? Anybody know what I'm talking about? There's a stone that somebody blew it up last year before last. They're having Sphinx and Guantanamo too, but the Americans always original, period. How they really sleeping on we was the greatest. They really was hurt. They really was, sis. Really hurt. They just really was hurt. I have the whole collection. I'm going to look it up. Oh, okay. Please do, sis. Please do. Rosetta Stone. Thank you. Somebody with me. So yes, Rosetta Stone. Now look at that. Y'all see this picture, right? Tell me that ain't the Rosetta Stone back there. They had one there doing their seance and their ritual. Look at these damn people. Look at them. Look. Let me show you. Hold on. Look. Look, this is the alchemy picture. Look, I want y'all to see this. Dang, it won't get no bigger. I can't get any larger, y'all. But right here, if you can see where I'm clicking, where my mouse is, right here to the right, this is an alchemy picture. You guys see it. I have some of these pictures. I'm going to get into some of these pictures too. But look, y'all seeing this is alchemy. They're showing the seance and the ritual of the alchemy they were performing on the site. This is all part of the Israeli foundation and everything they were setting up over there to create the fake orchestrated Egypt. Y'all see it? Come on, guys. I'm not telling you no damn lie. You got to look and see it for your damn self. Look, see, look at them. Oh, yeah. They was getting it together, doing their rituals, having their seances. I see a bunch of kids there. They probably did a couple of sacrifices or two. That's probably why that girl was looking like, damn, I done witnessed some of this shit before. I know what's going to happen. Next thing you know, a kid's gone. Stuff like that. Okay, y'all, we out of there. Let me stop sharing this. So, let's get back to the book. So now that you guys know, exactly what when they're talking about this story, we know this story what they're actually talking about here. But see, they're going to try to make you think they're talking about over there. Remember, it's all alchemy. It's all deception of the mind, sorcery, witchcraft, right? So when you're hearing these things, this is part of the brainwave information I tell you about. This is the alchemy. The alchemy is the brain mapping, literally writing information on your mind. This is the indoctrination, right? So now when you read this book, a person that isn't woke or not having the understanding like you guys do, they're going to see what's going on and they're going to look at it like, oh, this is Egypt over there. No, they're talking about over here, Cairo, Illinois area, Memphis, Tennessee area. Listen. It can't get no clearer, guys. Let's go. We're going to do it right now.
The Great Pyramid. Of course, the greatest sight around Cairo is the pyramids. It is an event in one's life to see these grandest monuments of antiquity. They are 8 miles from Cairo. One can go to the top by steps, but as these steps are blocks of stone, many of which are 4 feet high, it is not quite like walking upstairs. One could hardly get up at all but with the help of the Arabs, who swarm on the ground, and make a living by selling their services. Our last night in Cairo we spent in riding out to Giza by moonlight and exploring the interior of the Great Pyramid.
That's the one, brother.
We had already been there by day, and climbed to the top, but did not then go inside. There is no access but by a single narrow passage, 4 feet wide and high, which slopes at a descending angle, so that one must stoop very low while he slides down an inclined plane, as if he were descending into a mine by a very small shaft. There is not much pleasure in crouching and creeping along such a passage, with a crowd of Arab guides before and behind, lighting the darkness with their torches, and making the rocky cavern hideous with their yells. These creatures fasten on the traveler, pulling and pushing, smoking in his face, and raising such a dust that he cannot see, and is almost choked, and keeping up such a noise that he cannot hear, and can hardly think. One likes a little quiet and silence, a little chance for meditation, when he penetrates the sepulchre of kings, where a pharaoh was laid down to rest 4,000 years ago. So I left these interior researches, on our first visit to the pyramid, to the younger members of our party, and contented myself with clambering up its sides, and looking off upon the desert and the valley of the Nile, with Cairo in the distance. It is well known that it has been mutilated by the successive rulers of Egypt, who have stripped off its outer layers of granite to build palaces and mosques in Cairo. This process of spoliation, continued for centuries, has reduced the size of the pyramid 2 acres, so that now it covers but 11 acres of ground, whereas originally it covered 13. Outstead of all this was a pavement of granite, extending 40 feet from the base. WHCH surrounded the whole. The sheikh was on hand with his swarthy guides around him, and we prepared to enter the pyramid. It was not intended to be entered. If it had been so designed as it is the largest building in the world, it would have had a lofty gateway in keeping with its enormous proportions, like the temples of Upper Egypt.
Couldn't even get to it.
But it is not a temple, nor a place for assembly or for worship, nor even a lofty, vaulted place of burial. Except the king's and queen's chambers, the whole pyramid is one mass of stone. The only entrance is by the narrow passage already described, and even this was walled up so as to be concealed. If it were intended for a tomb, whoever built it sealed it up, that its secret might remain forever inviolate, and that the dead might slumber undisturbed until the judgment day. It was only by accident that an entrance was discovered. About 1,000 years ago, a Mohammedan ruler, conceiving the idea that the pyramid had been built as a storehouse for the treasures of the kings of Egypt, took to break into it, and worked for months to pierce the granite sides, but was about to give it up in despair, when the accidental falling of a stone led to the discovery of the passage by which one now gains access to the interior. We had trusted to the man in authority to protect us from the horde of Arabs, but nothing could keep back the irrepressible camp followers, who flocked after us, and when we got into the king's chamber we found we had 24. With such a bodyguard, each carrying a lighted candle, we took up our forward march, or rather our forward stoop, for no man can stand upright in this low passage. Thus bending one after another, like a flock of sheep, we vanished from the moonlight. Dr. Grant led the way, and, full of the wonders of the construction of the pyramid, he called to me, as he disappeared down its throat, to look back and see how that long tube, longer and larger than any telescope that ever was made, pointed towards the North Star. But stars and moon were soon eclipsed, and we were lost in the darkness of this labyrinth. The descent is easy, indeed it is too easy, for the sides of the passage are of polished limestone, smooth as glass, and the floor affords but a slight hold for the feet. So that as we bent forward we found it difficult to keep our balance, and might have fallen from top to bottom if we had not had the strong arms of our guides to hold us up. With such a pair of crutches to lean upon, we slid down the smooth-worn pavement till we came to a huge boulder, which blocked our way, around which a passage had been cut. Creeping around this, pulled and hid by the Arabs, who lifted us over the dangerous places, we were shouldered onto another point of rock, and now began our ascent along a passage as slippery as that before. Here again we should have made poor progress alone, with our boots which slipped at every moment on the smooth stones, but for the Arabs, whose bare feet gave them a better hold, and who held us fast. And now we are on a level and move along a very low passage, crouching almost on our hands and knees, till we raise our heads and stand in the Queen's chamber, so called for no reason that we know but that it is smaller than the king's. Returning from this, we find ourselves at the foot of the Grand Gallery, or, as it might be called, Grand Staircase, which ascends into the heart of the pyramid. This is a magnificent hall 157 feet long, 28 feet high, and 7 feet wide. But the ascent as before is over smooth and polished stone, to climb which is like climbing a cone of ice.
Dang,
We could not have got on it all
off.
but for the nimble Arabs, whose bare feet enable them to cling to the slippery stone like cats, and who, grasping us in their naked arms, dragged us forward by main force. This kind of bodily exercise soon brought on an excessive heat. We were almost stifled. Our faces grew red. I tore off my cravat to keep from choking. Still, like a true American, I was willing to endure anything if only I got ahead, and felt rewarded when we reached the top of the Grand Gallery, and instead of looking up, looked down. From this height we creep along another passage till we reach the object of our climbing in the lofty apartment called the King's Chamber. This is the heart of the Great Pyramid, the central point for which apparently it was built, and where, if anywhere, its secret is to be found. At one end lies the sarcophagus, in which the great Cheops was buried. It is now tenantless.
Let me show you guys a little alchemy while we're listening, because you can hear it. Now I want you to see what they're telling you. These are all on the left, you're seeing mountains, right? It's going to be some other pictures after these pictures, but I don't want to keep stopping. But on the left, these are supposed mountains. And on the right, these are tree stumps. And everywhere you go, it's the same thing. They say, oh, a mountain, the mountain, the mountain. There were not mountains, they are tree stumps, because we were giants back in the time before you were restricted in this 3D effing matrix. I ain't gonna get into that because I ain't trying to blow your mind or turn you off because y'all think some shit pseudo because you ain't there yet. I know I really don't talk about a lot of stuff. I changed a lot of my conversation over the last year and a half, because I know y'all just don't get a lot of it. But I do want you guys to recognize this and let your mind understand something in what I'm explaining to you. These are tree stumps. You see, this is a tree stump, right? This is a tree stump. They look the exact same, but they'll tell you this was a mountain. I want you guys to see this, okay? All right, let's go. We're gonna keep reading. Oh, stop.
By such fancies as travelers choose to fill it withal. I know not what sudden freak of fancy took me just then. Perhaps I thought, how would it seem to be a king even in his tomb? And instantly I threw myself down at full length within the sarcophagus, and lay extended, head thrown back, and hands folded on my breast, lying still, as great Cheops may have lain, when they laid him in his royal house of death. It was a soft bed of dust, which, as I sank in it, left upon my whole outward man a marked impression. It seemed very like ordinary dust, settled from the clouds raised by the Arabs in their daily entrances to show the chamber to visitors. But it was much more poetical to suppose that it was the moldering dust of Cheops himself. And now we were all in the king's chamber, our ordy of 8, with 3 times the number of Arabs. The latter were at first quite noisy, after their usual fashion, but Dr. Grant, who speaks Arabic, hushed them with a peremptory command, and they instantly subsided, and crouched down by the wall, and sat silent, watching our movements. One of the party had with him some agnesium wire, which he now lighted, and which threw a strong glare on the sides and on the ceiling of the room, which, whether or not intended for the sepulchre of kings, is of massive solidity faced round with red granite, and crossed above with enormous blocks of the same rich dark stone. The sarcophagus, which is an oblong chest of red granite, in Dr. Grant's opinion, is not a sarcophagus at all. Indeed, it looks quite as much like a huge bathtub as a place of burial for one of the pharaohs. He called my attention to the fact that it could not have been introduced into the pyramid by any of the known passages. It must, therefore, have been built in it. It is also a singular fact that it has no cover, as a sarcophagus always has.
Look.
No mummy was ever found in it so far as we have any historic record. TF is certainly a remarkable coincidence.
For anyone doubting, or anyone that'll say anything different, just make sure you're using your brain. Okay, now check this out. You see this particular mountain has the little trees on it. To us, it looks like a little, like a greenery, some type of greenery, little small greenery. But it's like little small branches that would grow off of the tree, but they're very small, right? It's the same thing on this one. Same thing. Here's the tree. See, it grows because of the temperature. A certain type of, like, I don't want to say a mold, but it's definitely something that grows on this particular tree because of the some type of algae that turns into a type of tree. You guys can see it. I can't go up any further, but you guys can see it. And then you can see this here as well. Right? Okay. Now this is, let me go down. We're about to read the whole page again. Okay, let's go.
More, that it is of the exact size of the Ark of the Covenant. Poor old Cheops. What would he have said to see such a party disturbing the place of his rest at such an hour as this? I looked at my watch. It was midnight, an hour when the dead are thought to stir uneasily in their graves.
Look how the roots
Might he
growing.
not have risen in wrath out of his sarcophagus to see these frivolous moderns thus making merry in the place of his sepulchre? And now we prepare to descend.
Somebody living there.
I lingered in the chamber to the last, waiting till all had gone, till even the last attendant had crawled out and was heard shouting afar off that I might for a moment, at least, be alone in the silence and the darkness in the heart of the pyramid, and then, crouching as before, followed slowly the lights that were becoming dimmer and dimmer along the low and narrow passage.
I would think it's 100
the
years,
great pyramid stands foursquare, its four sides facing exactly the 4 points of compass: north, south, east, and west. Now the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 that this could not occur accidentally.
Look at it.
There is no need to argue such a matter. It was certainly done by design, and shows that the old Egyptians knew how to draw a meridian line, and to take the points of compass as accurately as the astronomers of the present day. Equally evident is it that they were able to measure the solar year as exactly as modern astronomers. Taking the sacred cubit as the unit of measure, there are in each side of the pyramid just 3651/4 cubits, which gives not only the number of days in the year, but the 6 hours over. That it was built for astronomical purposes seems probable from its...
Listen, do y'all see this? Y'all can see, I told you, remember the other picture? Y'all probably thought I was just saying that when I said somebody living there, huh? Listen, y'all think it's a game, but look, this is a real house right here. This is a real house. And here's another opening, which is a cave. And I'm pretty sure something lives in there. I'm pretty sure this right here is another structure that has a whole nother area. And it may be somebody living in here, like a different, I mean, y'all might think that shit sound crazy, but I'm telling you right now what I know. Okay, let's go.
Very structure.
Look.
Never was there such an observatory in the world. Its pinnacle is the loftiest ever placed in the air by human hands. It seems as if the pyramid were built HKE the Tower of Babel, that its top might touch heaven. It is said that it could not have been ascended because its sides were covered with polished stone. But may there not have been a secret passage to the top? It is hard to believe that such an elevation was not made use of by a people so much given to the study of the stars as were the ancient Egyptians. In some way we would believe that the priests and astrologers of Egypt were able to climb to that point, where they might sit all night long looking at the constellations through that clear and cloudless sky. There is another very curious fact in the pyramid, that the passage by which it...
Mind you, y'all see these back here, right? Look. Here's one right here. Somebody living there. Somebody living there. But look back here. Y'all see these, right? Look. They bigger than these. They bigger than this one. I mean, not these. I'm sorry. They're bigger than this one right here. Yeah, but y'all can see them. And then y'all see the small one sitting up here high. This is a whole structure. Someone living in there. I'm pretty damn sure. I bet you any kind of money. Look. This Italy. Let's go.
Is entered points directly to the North Star, and yet not to the North Star that now is, but to Alpha Draconis, which was the North Star 4,000 years ago. There is one way in which the age of the pyramid is determined, for it is found by the most exact calculations that 2,170 years before Christ, a man placed at the bottom of the passage, as at the bottom of a well, and looking upward through that
Anglo.
shaft, would fix his eye exactly on the North Star, the pole around which was revolving the whole celestial sphere. As to the measurement of time, all who have visited astronomical observatories know the extreme and almost infinite pains taken to obtain an even temperature for clocks. The slightest increase of temperature may elongate the pendulum, and so affect the duration of a second.
See the structures.
But here, in the heart of this mountain of stones, the temperature is preserved at an absolute equilibrium, so that there is no expansion by heat and no contraction by cold.
Them apartment
What are all the observatories of Greenwich and Paris to such a rock-built citadel as the Great Pyramid?
You see it?
From Egypt to Japan, field 10 to 11, 80 to 91. I found repeatedly that the hard stones, basalt, granite, and diorite were sawed, and that the saw was not a blade or wire used with a hard power, but was set with fixed cutting points. In fact,
that's from
a
my
jeweled saw. These saws must have been as much as 9 feet in length, as the cuts run lengthwise on the sarcophagi.
England.
One of the most usual tools was the tubular drill, and this was also set with fixed cutting points. I have a core from inside a drill hole, broken away in the working, which shows the spiral.
Oh, y'all need to see the
grooves produced by the cutting points as they sunk down into the material. This is of red granite, and there has been no flinching or jumping of the tool. Every crystal, quartz, or felspar has been cut through in the most equable way, with a clean, irresistible cut. An engineer, who
I
knows
had
such
2
work
albums
with
open.
diamond drills as well as anyone,
Look at this.
said to me,
Look at this.
I should be
Look at
proud
this
to turn out such a
SHIT.
finely cut
Come
core
on.
now.
Come on, y'all.
And truth to tell,
Come on, y'all.
modern drill cores cannot
Come
hold
on,
a
y'all.
candle to the Egyptians by the
Just let
side
that
of the
sit for a
ancient
second,
workday.
though. So
Look
beautiful,
wretchedly
right?
scraped out and irregular. 10 years digging in Egypt, Petrie, 26 to 27. 18th dynasty. Thought Holmes I after Thought Holmes conquered to the foot of the fourth cataract, he returned with the body of the slain Nubian chief, hanging with the head downward from the prow of his vessel. Queen Hattusa celebrated the 13th anniversary of her accession to the throne by erecting 2 obelisks of pink granite, each 97.5 feet high. She placed them in the temple of Harnack, in a hall built by her father. The peaks seem to have been capped with copper.
Mountains,
the
trees.
queen took an oath that the stones were of single blocks.
This should look like it's
Thought
just
Holmes III, her husband, reigned jointly.
Look, same exact.
The statues of Memnon and with her until after her death,
see how it breaks
when
off?
he reigned alone. Not being a gallant husband, he built masonry around the base of her obelisks to conceal her inscriptions. He chiseled out her name carried wherever he found it in Egypt. Thought Holmes in.
Yeah.
Upon his coronation, Thought Holmes I took the title the best of Beatles. Thought Holmes, who crossed the great bend of the Euphrates with might and with victory at the head of his army, set up his boundary tablet on the east side of that river.
Look at the Greenland.
While in Asia he engaged in an elephant hunt.
You know that's on here.
There he captured 924 chariots, 200 suits of armor, among which was that of 2
big
kings,
ass castle by
a royal
itself
tent
sitting
with
off on the
elegant
water,
furniture,
don't
an
it?
ebony statue,
Scotland,
decorated with gold,
Anglo-Saxons,
and a silver statue. Amon was the great
look like a giant might be up in there now.
Of the 18th and 19th dynasty kings. He had a yearly feast, lasting 11 days.
Yeah.
Upon one such occasion, Thought Holmes III presented to the god 3 whole towns captured in Syria. Other gifts were gold and silver vessels and valuable stones from his booty obtained. In Asia, the statues of Memnon. These statues are over 3,000 years old.
Now.
A temple built by Amenophis III, whom they represent, was once back of them. Each statue was carved from a single block of red sandstone, which was towed up the Nile from Cairo to Thebes. With their pedestals and lost crowns they would be nearly 70 feet high. The surface about their base has risen over 6 feet.
Can y'all see the pictures?
The one on the north was partially wrecked by the earthquake of 27 BC, and has been built up with separate stones. This is called the vocal Memnon, as there is an interesting story of it singing at dawn each morning for 200 years after the earthquake, or until restored. On both sides of the legs of the statues are figures of the mother and daughter of the king. These little women not reaching to the knees of the statues are, however, 18 feet high.
18 feet high?
Dynasty.
Really?
Ramses II statues. Years after and has been built up with separates, the surface about their, each in Asia. The statues of Memnon. These statues are over 3,000 years old. A temple built by Amenophis III, whom they represent, was once back of them. Each statue was carved from a single block of red sandstone, which was towed up the Nile from Cairo to Thebes. With their pedestals and lost crowns they would be nearly 70 feet high. The surface about their base has risen over 6 feet. The one on the north was partially wrecked by the earthquake of 27 BC, and has been built up with separate stones. This is called the vocal Memnon, as there is an interesting story of it singing at dawn each morning for 200 years after the earthquake, or until restored. On both sides of the legs of the statues are figures of the mother and daughter of the king. These little women not reaching to the knees of the statues are, however, 18 feet high. 19th dynasty. Ramses II statues. You guys see it now? The single stone statues of Ramses II erected by himself are the largest in the world's history, one having been 90 feet high and weighing 18 million pounds. 3 of his obelisks are in Rome. Ramses II first known treaty in the world. The treaty had been drafted and accepted by both countries when Hittite ambassadors brought to the court of Ramses II the treaty inscribed on a silver tablet. 2 copies have been found as thieves inscribed on temple walls, and a Hittite copy on a clay tablet was found as late as 1906. 13 years later, the Hittite king visited Egypt upon the occasion of the marriage of his daughter. Parts
Can you
of the
guys
treaty.
see it now?
The great king of the Hittites is in covenant with the great prince of Egypt, from this very day forward, that there may subsist a good friendship and a good understanding between them forevermore. He shall be my ally, he shall be my friend. I will be his ally, I will be his friend forever. When this treaty shall be known by the inhabitants of the land of Egypt and of the land of the Hittites, then shall they not offend against it, for all that stands written on the silver tab.
Dang, it skipped up, I think.
Let, these are the words which will have been approved by the company of the gods. Translation of Brugge. Akkadians,
Okay.
early inhabitants of Babylonia, then called Chaldea, the flood. I made it a dwelling house. I enclosed it. I compacted it 6 times.
Okay, thank you.
Leaks for the waters of the midst of it I cut
so let me
off.
just keep moving. I don't know what
I
y'all
saw
think.
the rents, and what was wanting I
Okay,
added.
great. Let's go.
Point 3 Sorry of bitumen I poured over the outside. 3 Sorry of bitumen I poured over the inside. 3 Sorry of men, carrying baskets, who carried on their heads food.
What's
I
these,
provided.
y'all?
To the gods I caused oxen to be sacrificed. I established offerings each day. In the ship beer, food, and wine I collected like the v/aiders on a river, and I heaped them up like the dust of the earth, and in the ship the food with my hand I placed. All that I had I heaped together.
Look at that
All that I had
jade.
of
Damn,
silver
that
I
shit
heaped together.
pretty.
All that I had of gold I heaped together. All that I had of the seed of life I heaped together.
Oh, I gotta stop
I
cursing.
brought the whole up into the
I
ship.
said I was.
All of my slaves, the cattle of the field, the beasts of the field, the sons of the people, all of them did I bring up. The seasoned psalmist spake, saying, in the night will I cause the heaven to rain destruction. Enter into the midst of the ship and close thy door.
Destruction.
The season came round.
Why
He
destruction?
spake, saying, in the night will I cause the heaven to rain destruction. Of that day I reached the evening, the day of which I watched for with fear. I entered into the midst of the ship, and shut the door, that I might close the ship. The spirits of earth carried the flood, in their terribleness they sweep through the land, the deluge of ruin reaches unto heaven, all that was light to darkness was turned. Brother saw not his brother, men knew not one another. In heaven the gods feared the flood, and sought a refuge, they ascended to the heaven of Anu. The gods, like a dog in his kennel, crouched down in a heap. Ishtar cries like a mother. Then the gods were weeping with her because of the spirits of earth, the gods on a throne were seated in weeping, covered were their lips because of the coming evil. 6 days and nights the wind, the flood, and the storm go on overwhelming. The 7th day when it approached the storm subsided, the flood which had fought against men like an armed host was quieted. The sea began to dry, and the wind and the flood ended. I watched the sea making a noise, and the whole of mankind was turned to clay, like reeds the corpses floated. I opened the window, and the light smote upon my face, I stopped and sat down, I weep, over my face flow my tears. I watched the regions at the edge of the sea, a district rose 12 measures high. To the land of Nicaea steered the ship, in T, mountain of Nicaea stopped the ship, and it was not able to pass over it. The 7th day when it approached I sent forth a dove, and it left. The dove went and returned, and found no resting place, and it came back. Then I sent forth a swallow, and it left. The swallow went and returned, and found no resting place, and it came back. I sent forth a raven, and it left. The raven went and saw the Charon on water, and it ate, it swam, it wandered away, it did not return. I sent the animals forth the 4 winds, I sacrificed a sacrifice. I built the flood 13 an altar on the peak of the mountains. I set vessels by 7s underneath them, I spread reeds, pine wood, and spices. The gods smelled the savor, the gods smelled the good savor, the gods gathered like flies over the sacrifices. Thereupon the great goddess at her approach lighted up the rainbow which Anu had created according to his glory. The crystal brilliance of those gods before me may I not forget. Those days I have thought of, and never may I forget them. May the gods come to my altar, but may Bel not come to my altar, since he did not consider but caused the flood, and my people he assigned to the abyss. When thereupon Bel at his approach saw the ship, Bel stopped.
Stop
He was
sharing
filled with
again.
anger against the gods and the spirits of heaven.
Dang, it's
Let
hard
none
using
come
both things.
forth
I wish I
alive.
had these pictures on
Let no man
this
live in the
computer.
abyss.
Hold on,
Adar
guys.
opened his mouth and spake. He
Hold
says to
on
the
again.
warrior Bel, Who ex?
This is
Sept Ea
crap.
can form a design? Yeah, Ea knows, and all things he communicates. Ea opened his mouth and spake. He says to the warrior Bel, Thou, O warrior prince of the gods, why didst thou not consider but causedst a flood? Let the doer of sin bear his sin, let the doer of wickedness bear his wickedness.
Okay, I'm gonna flash back real quick.
May the just prince not be cut, O flow.
So this
May
one,
the faithful not be
I
destroyed.
was zooming in.
Instead of causing a flood, let lions increase, that men may be diminished. Instead of causing a flood, let hyenas increase, that men may be diminished.
Okay,
Instead CF causing a flood,
okay.
let
All right, let's go
a famine happen, that men may be wasted. Instead of causing a flood, let plague increase, that men may be reduced. When Bel had again taken counsel with himself, he went up into the midst of the ship. He took my hand and bid me ascend.
Crazy, right?
Even me he bid ascend. He united Ray wife to my side. He turned himself to us and joined himself to us in covenant. He blesses us thus. Hitherto Sisuthrus has been a mortal man, but now Sisuthrus and his wife are united together in being raised to be like the gods. Yeah, Sisuthrus shall dwell afar off at the mouth of the rivers. They took me, and afar off the mouth of the rivers they made me dwell.
And that should look pretty.
Translation of Professor Haupt. Sumerians, other inhabitants of Chaldea, law. If a son denies his father, his hair shall be cut, he shall be put into chains and sold for silver.
Ooh.
If he denies his mother,
his
hair also shall be cut, city and land shall collect together and put him in prison.
Hold on.
Babylonian omens. If a blue dog enters into a palace, translation, a mortal man, but now he took my hand and bid me ascend, even me he bid ascend, he united Ray wife to my side, he turned himself to us and joined himself to us in covenant, he blesses us thus. Hitherto Sisuthrus has been a mortal man, but now Sisuthrus and his wife are united together in being raised to be like the gods. Yeah, Sisuthrus shall dwell afar off at the mouth of the rivers. They took me, and afar off the mouth of the rivers they made me dwell. Translation of Professor Haupt. Sumerians, other inhabitants of Chaldea, law. If a son denies his father, his hair shall be cut, he shall be put into chains and sold for silver. If he denies his mother, his hair also shall be cut, city and land shall collect together and put him in prison. Babylonian omens. If a blue dog enters into a palace, that palace is burned.
I don't want to play it.
If a spotted dog enters into the palace, that palace its peace to the enemy gives. If a yellow dog into a temple enters, that temple sees plenty. Hammurabi. Hammurabi, the sixth king of early baby John, built a canal for irrigation. This letter belongs to the time of his reign. To my father, thus says Zimri Hiram, may the sun god and Merodach grant thee everlasting life.
Okay, let me see.
May your health be good. I write to ask you how you are. Send me back news of your health. I am at present at Dursin on the canal. In the place where I am living there is nothing to be had for food. So I am sealing up and sending you 3/4 of a silver shekel. In return for the money, send some good fish and other provisions for me to eat.
Russia.
3 pieces of a polished black stone were discovered at Susa, Persia, in 1902. One of the oldest set of laws was engraved on the stone, from which these are taken. If a fire break out in a man's house and a man who goes to extinguish it cast his eye on the furniture of the owner of the house, and take the furniture of the owner of the house, that man shall be thrown into that fire.
Take it.
If a man owe a debt and Onad, the storm god, inundate his field, one of the oldest said, in return for the money, send some good fish and other provisions for me to eat. 3 pieces of a polished black stone were discovered at Susa, Persia, in 1902. One of the oldest set of laws was engraved on the stone, from which these are taken. If a fire break out in a man's house and a man who goes to extinguish it cast his eye on the furniture of the owner of the house, and take the furniture of the owner of the house, that man shall be thrown into that fire. If a man owe a debt and ought
that's deep.
the storm god,
I'm trying to
inundate his
share
field and carry away the produce,
crazy on this big
or,
computer
through lack of water, grain have not grown in the
I
field,
think it's coming up
in
now.
that year, he shall not make any return of grain to the creditor. He shall alter his contract tablet,
to the
and
who?
he shall
The
not
creditor?
pay the interest
I
for
don't know
that
if
year.
y'all really heard that. I know I'm
If a
talking,
man
but let's
neglect to
go one more
strengthen
time.
if a man owe a debt and ought the storm god, inundate his field and carry away the produce, or, through lack of water, grain have not grown in the field, in that year, he shall not make any return of grain to the creditor. He shall alter his contract tablet, and he shall not pay the interest for that year. If a man neglect to strengthen his dike and do not strengthen it, and a break be m.8 in his dike and the water carry away the farmland, the man in whose dike the break has been made shall restore the grain which he has damaged. If the wife of a man have gagged about, have neglected her house and have belittled her husband, they shall throw that woman into the water. If a physician operate on a man for a severe wound with a bronze lancet and cause the man's death, or open an abscess in the eye of a man with a bronze lancet and destroy the man's eye, they shall cutify his fingers. If a builder build a house for a man and do not make its construction firm, and the house which has been built collapse and cause the death of the owner of the house, that builder shall be put to death.
You hear that shit? Do y'all hear that? I don't even know. I want to rewind the whole page again because I don't know if y'all really listening to all of this or if y'all even hear it all. But he said, if a person is a builder, so a construction worker, let's say it's so many buildings that they'd be like, oh, it's built faulty. Like somebody had a house fire, they burnt up in the house fire because the electrician didn't do something right. Or say the construction of the building in itself, the foundation or the platform is not stable and something happened and then somebody died in the construction of their home. It just said, I don't know if y'all heard it, I played it twice. It just said that if that man that builds the house and the person dies behind what they have built in their house, that man shall be put to death. That was deep. I don't know if y'all seen that, how crazy that shit was, but it sounded crazy to me. Let's go. Wait a minute. Dang, I got started over, so I'm gonna go back to that part.
If a fire break out in a man's house and a man who goes to extinguish it cast his eye on the furniture of the owner of the house, and take the furniture of the owner of the house, that man shall be thrown into that fire. If a man owe a debt and ought the storm god, inundate his field and carry away the produce,
all the Incan kings,
through lack of water, grain have not grown in the field, in that year, he shall not make any return of grain to the creditor. He shall alter his contract tablet, and he shall not pay the interest for that year.
The creditor.
If a man neglect to strengthen his dike and do not strengthen it, and a break be m.8 in his dike and the water carry away the farmland, the man in whose dike the break has been made shall restore the grain which he has damaged. If the wife of a man have gagged about, have neglected her house and have belittled her husband, they shall throw that woman into the water.
Some of them light.
If a physician operate on a man for a severe wound with a bronze lancet and cause the man's death, or open an abscess in the eye of a man with a bronze lancet and destroy the man's eye, they shall cutify his fingers.
Look like the light one.
If a builder build a house for a man and do not make its construction firm,
like the light one,
and the house which has been built collapse and cause the death of the owner of the house, that builder shall be put to death.
The dark
if
Indians
a boatman
right
build
here,
a boat for a man and he do not make its construction seaworthy, and that boat meet with disaster in the same year in which it was put into commission, the boatman shall reconstruct that boat, and he shall strengthen it at his own expense, and he shall give the boat when strengthened to the owner of the boat.
The Mexicanos.
If a man hire his boat to a boatman, and the boatman be careless and he sink or wreck the boat, the boatman shall replace the boat to the owner of the boat.
Africans, all the slaves.
Translation of Professor R.F. Harper.
You don't see the Indians that slaves.
I description of a conquest.
Now one of them Indian.
I burned. I threw down. I dug up.
Not one.
My chariots and warriors I took.
The Mexican chinos.
The difficult mountains and their inaccessible paths with picks of bronze I split. A pontoon for the passage of my chariots and army I contrived.
Africans right here.
The Tigris I crossed.
These Africans.
They're fighting men.
You could tell.
In the midst of the mountains,
afros,
I flung to the ground like sling stones. Their corpses over the Tigris and the high places of the mountains I spread.
This looked like a mix.
In those days
African
the armies,
mix.
which for the preservation and help of the land had come, like a moonstone I laid low.
Yeah.
The corpses of their fighting men into heaps in the ravines of the mountains I heaped up the king's troops. 180 bronze
like
plates,
an emperor.
5 bowls of copper, along with their gods,
like a
gold
king.
And silver, the choicest of their property.
Oh, we got to run that back. Listen. Remember yesterday we were reading in the book and it was telling you guys about how the Indian was. I meant to tell y'all this. I forgot. I'd be doing so much and get distracted, but I just thought about it when I seen this emperor. They were talking about the Indians. Put a 1 in the chat. Only if you remember this. I want y'all to put a 1 in the chat so I can know if you guys are connecting the dots that I keep putting together for y'all. Every piece of the puzzle goes together, and I want you guys to always fit it so that you're seeing your own picture of the true facts and actuality. I don't want to paint the picture because it seems like when I tell the things, people are like, oh, you don't got a fact or a document, whatever. So I like to show the facts. So now everything I show to you guys, I show you in deep detail so that you're getting the actual information and you can actually put the puzzle together for yourself. Realizing who you are, what you are, where you are, shit, like what you ain't, like so much stuff we can get into, right? So now when you're looking at this emperor, right? Yesterday in the book, now only, don't do it yet till I finish the question. Only put a 1 in the chat, please, if you remember when it said that the confirmation of the red coat. It said that the Indians had the red coat. I want to bring to your attention that the royalty, they had different colors, the red, the green, different things for different things, They own particular meaning for whatever purpose they had. A lot of it being the red and the green and the black, for their reasons, and the royalty being the purple, so different things of different areas as well, like versus the black Europeans or so on and so forth. So they kept saying the red coast, the Indian had the red coast. Now, when you hear these stories of, I think it's maybe Columbus or somebody, they're talking about the red coats are coming, they're making you think it's these Washington people that came riding in, this and that or whatever. They don't want you to know that, oh no, that was them Indians that was whooping their ASS. That's what the red coats was, when they be talking about the red coats. Because see, they want to disassociate your history and assume it and act like they were the ones that doing a lot of things. Yeah, they were the ones that came in and fighting and creating the battalions and so on and so forth. But in the initial beginning, that's only after copying what we were doing. Remember, they had to have a setup or a screenplay. They don't have an imagination to create our story. So they had to see and learn our story from different travels, so on and so forth, staying in different villages. You hear all these different stories. Oh, they stayed with the Indians. They was with the Indians for this. And these ones turned chiefs, honorary chiefs, because they was friends of the chief tribe. And they honored them because their ancestors said they had peace and friendship with their ass, all this other nonsense. When they're doing all this, they're perpetrating themselves in your place. So the red coats were the Indians. Remember, it told you that in the book. I mean, I can remember which book it was. I'll be going through so many books with y'all just so y'all can see. But one of the books we went through yesterday, y'all can go back and confirm that if you choose. But yeah, keep that in mind. Let's go. Damn, I knew it was going to do that, but that's okay. Let's go. It was the end of that page. End of that page. Let's start here.
Tiglath-Pileser description of a conquest. I burned, I threw down, I dug up. My chariots and warriors I took. The difficult mountains and their inaccessible paths with picks of bronze I split. A pontoon for the passage of my chariots and army I contrived. The Tigris I crossed.
Right, brother.
Their fighting men, in the midst of the mountains, I flung to the ground like sling stones. Their corpses over the Tigris and the high places of the mountains I spread. In those days the armies, which for the preservation and help of the land had come, like a moonstone I laid low. The corpses of their fighting men into heaps in the ravines of the mountains. I heaped up the king's troops.
And they do it for when they go into the service.
5 bowls of copper,
Army, Air Force,
along
Navy,
with
Marines,
their gods, gold and silver,
the same thing.
The choicest of
Prison.
their property, I removed. The city itself and its palace, with fire I burned. I pulled down and dug up.
With fire I burned.
Ashur-nazir-pal the chase. Ashur-nazir-pal interrupts the account of his military achievement. Ends to record,
what is that?
For the benefit of posterity,
Inman
that on one occasion he slew 50 large
Africa.
white bulls on the left bank of the Euphrates,
Inman and Rock,
and captured 8 of the same
America.
animals.
Two different people.
On another,
Indians,
he killed 20
Africans.
ostriches and took captive the same number.
Indians.
Ashur-nazir-pal appears, however, to have possessed a menagerie park in the neighborhood of Nineveh, in which
definite difference
were maintained a variety of strange and curious animals.
Oh, here's King James.
Animals, perhaps elephants, were received as tribute from the Phoenicians during his reign, on at least one occasion, and placed in this enclosure, where he tells us
this is over in Europe.
So
in Europe,
was his taste
in their
for such curiosities known that even neighboring sovereigns sought to gratify it. And the king of Egypt sent him a present of strange animals when he was in southern Syria, as a compliment likely to be appreciated. 7 great monarchies.
This as well in their church in
Rawlinson. Tiglath-Pileser II,
the Black Madonna.
a military adventurer, seized the throne, and that he might borrow renown or show the kind of a ruler whom he took for a model, he called himself Tiglath-Pileser II, although he lived 500 years after the first Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser II records the voluntary submission.
We also read in the book, we read this before in another book too, but we read in the book that the tribes were fighting. You know, they would be fighting each other, just like now. Like I was saying yesterday, somebody in your family, your brother and sister, you might be in the same house. Y'all might wake up before y'all went to school or something. Y'all be mad about something. Y'all might have fought in the house, might even threw a couple of blows. You know, some families don't do that. They just argue or something if they get upset with each other. Some don't. But some argue, some may go to blows. So if they go to fighting or whatever, you know, they had a fight. They upset when they go to school or something. If something happened at school, it's a whole nother story. You know, that don't mean I'm about to join forces with you against my brother or my sister because we had a fight at the damn house. But that don't mean we ain't gonna fight. You know, we're gonna get into it here and there. All right, let's go. We'll get through
of
this.
A ruler in Chaldea in the following manner, king of the sea coast, from which to
King
the kings,
of the sea coast,
my fathers, formerly none came and kissed their feet. Terrible fear of Ashur, my lord, overwhelmed him, and he came and kissed my feet. Gold, the dust of his country, in abundance.
Let me see.
Cups of gold,
hold on, guys.
instruments of gold,
I'm looking for a
the
different
product
album
of the
now.
sea, costly garments, gums, oxen, and sheep, his tribute, I received. The Chaldean seems to have used Th-S plan as a means for gaining strength for resisting Assyria. Sargon II. Transportation of captives. The Assyrian conquerors are great movers of men. They pride themselves upon transplanting nations like trees, and upon sending the tribes from the north to the south, from the east to the west. After each of their campaigns, thousands of captives are
Make sure y'all heard that.
Cups of gold, instruments of gold, Tiglath, 7 great monarchies, I, Rawlinson. Tiglath-Pileser II. A military adventurer seized the throne and, that he might borrow renown or show the kind of a ruler whom he took for a model, he called himself Tiglath-Pileser II, although he lived 500 years after the first Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser II records the voluntary submission of a ruler in Chaldea in the following manner, king of the sea coast, from which to the kings, my fathers, formerly none came and kissed their feet. Terrible fear of Ashur, my lord, overwhelmed him, and he came and kissed.
This driving across country. Okay, I got a few of these pictures, a couple of albums. I'm gonna show this one and a couple others. Now, all those ancient structures I was showing y'all, right? Tell me these ain't the same damn structures. Look at this shit. Tell me they ain't the same structures. Tell me they're not the same structures. Y'all see it for yourself. I'm going to go through some of these pictures and y'all can put in the chat if y'all like, yes, y'all see, you know, whatever comments. If y'all feel the same I do, you know, verifiably that this is the same dang thing. Same thing. Look, they all the same. Look. Look, all this gold and copper in here. It's gold and copper up in here, up under here. You see it. You could see it. It's all in the dirt. Look at it. It's in certain areas. Up here, look. This looks just like the Grand Canyon. Look at it. Y'all see it? Whoever drove across the interstate and they see these mountains and trees. Some of them are castles that have been built. Did it stop showing again? Let's see. Let me check the other thing. Okay. I think it's showing now. Okay, let me see. Let me check the chat before I start showing them the picture. They ain't going again. Yeah. Road moves for the slaves in the army. You have two brothers on different sides of war. Yep. All the time. Yep. Transplanting nations, establishing colonies, planting nations. Yes, transplanting nations is plantations in the nations of the American soil, establishing colonies, colonizing. Remember yesterday they were talking about how they just kept moving them out. They trying to help these people. They just kept moving them out. Really absurd and crazy. Okay. Now check this out. We're going to go through the pictures. Let's start back with the book. But all these pictures that you're going to see are literally me driving across country. And when you see all of these places look just like all those ancient areas that we just looked at. All right, let's get back to the book. Listen closely.
My feet, gold, the dust of his country, in abundance. Cups of gold, Tiglath-Pileser, 7 great monarchies, Rawlinson. Tiglath-Pileser II. A military adventurer seized the throne and, that he might borrow renown or show the kind of a ruler whom he took for a model, he called himself Tiglath-Pileser II, although he lived 500 years after the first Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser II records the voluntary submission of a ruler in Chaldea in the following manner: King of the sea coast, from which to the kings, my fathers, formerly none came and kissed their feet. Terrible fear of Ashur, my lord, overwhelmed him, and he came and kissed my feet. Gold, the dust of his country, in abundance. Cups of gold, instruments of gold, the product of the sea, costly garments, gums, oxen, and sheep, his tribute, I received. The Chaldean seems to have used Th-S plan as a means for gaining strength for resisting Assyria. Sargon II. Transportation of captives. The Assyrian conquerors are great movers of men. They pride themselves upon transplanting nations like trees, and upon sending the tribes from the north to the south, from the east to the west.
Transplanting nations like trees. Transplanting nations like trees. Do you hear these damn people? Let's see, I see it. Yep. Wow, yes, brother. That's what's up. Yes. Sis, I be trying. I tried to set something up in May. Now, I was telling my homegirl, literally not one person hit me up about that. I kept telling y'all May 25th, I had the event set up. Hit me up if you're interested. Nobody hit me up. Like, literally. And I was like really ready to do it at that time. I was prepared, had the funding and all that. But yeah, that's a whole nother story at this point in time. But, you know, and I'll be trying. Okay. All right, let's go back to the book. Y'all heard them talking about the gold, right? All that gold. Walking on gold, gold dust, gold powder, cups of gold, costly garments, all kinds of gems, all kind of oxens and sheep, and yeah, just giving these people all the goodies. Y'all hear it. Here we go, starting again. All right, let's restart.
Were maintained a variety of strange and curious, cups of gold, instruments of gold, the product of the sea, costly garments, gums, oxen, and sheep, his tribute, I received. The Chaldean seems to have used Th-S plan as a means for gaining strength for resisting Assyria. Sargon II. Transportation of captives. The Assyrian conquerors are great movers
Okay,
of men.
back to the pictures, guys.
They pride
Got
themselves upon
distracted doing
transplanting
3
nations
things at
like
once.
trees,
Okay.
and upon sending the
Y'all
tribes
see
from
these
the north
mountains
to the
too.
south,
Look.
from
Oh,
the
wait, let
east
me
to
go
the
back.
west. After each of
Look at
their
these
campaigns,
mountains.
thousands of captives are exiled
Mounds. They
and
done
go to
put shit
colonize
up
some
on it.
distant
They
country,
got the
of
damn
which the
nerve.
native
All
populace
this land, this Tennessee.
will probably fill the
Whose land
vacant
is this? It
places in
don't.
their
It
own
couldn't
land
belong
on
to
the
nobody,
morrow. Sargon filled his
right?
city with people gathered from the 4 quarters of the world, from mountains and plains, from cities
Mountains
and
and
deserts.
plains.
Then he set over them, to keep them all in check, a handful of Assyrian soldiers and magistrates. Now, after 60 years have passed, the descendants of these forced colonists have adopted the language and customs of their
Oh, that's a
conquerors.
video. I don't want it to stop.
They
Let
might
me
be
fast
taken for
forward.
Assyrians from their speech and dress, but their features betray their foreign extraction. One still retains the
Look
aquiline
kind of blurry
profile
for
of the
some
Hebrews
reason.
of
Let me see.
Samaria. Another has the fair
It
hair and
clear up.
blue eyes of the Medes. Ancient Egypt and Assyria, Maspero, 202.
There we go.
Sargon II
Now this one, look at
statesmanship.
this pure gold. Tell me
Once
this don't
Sargon
look
had
like
made
pure
any
damn
people
gold.
one with the Assyrians.
Look
He
at this.
adopted
Look at
them
this,
as his
y'all.
natural-born subjects,
What's this,
and
gold or
extended to them
copper?
the care to which
Look
he
at it.
considered these entitled. And he had
I was
very
like,
strict
oh, I
notions of
want to
the
go get a
duties
piece
of
of
a
that
sovereign
rock.
to his
I
people,
couldn't have climbed up there,
duties
but
which
look
he
at it.
himself describes with some detail. He calls himself the inquiring king, the bearer of gracious words, who applied his mind to
Look at
restore
it.
settlements fallen into decay,
Look.
and cultivate the neighboring
Caves.
lands,
Tell me those in
who
caves.
directed his
What's
thoughts to
going
make
on?
high rocks, on which in all eternity no vegetate carrot had
Cave.
sprouted, to bear crops, who set his heart on making a waste place that under the kings his fathers had never known an
Motherfucker think I'm
irrigation
tripping, but I
CPHPI,
swear.
to bring forth grain and resound with glad shouts, to clear the neglected beds of water,
Damn, it disconnected
courses,
again.
open dikes, and feed them from above and below with
much.
waters abundant as the flood of the sea, a king of open mind, of an understanding eye for all things, grown up in counsel and wisdom, and discernment, to fill the storehouses of the broad land of Assur with food and visions to overflowing, as beseems the king, not to let oil, that gives life to man and heals sores, become dear in my land, and regulate the price of sesame as well as of wheat. Assyria.
You hear these people? Do you hear? We're going to get ready to get out of here after this video, guys. Now check this out. This is the video I did on the swastika. This is a very awesome video as well. So what we're going to do is play this, and we're going to have interruptions because we are now going to play a YouTube video I did about 1.5 years ago, I think. Let's see.
It does need an introduction. In the West, the swastika is a symbol of hate, racism, and horrors of the Holocaust. If you have any interest about the world's history, you definitely know what I'm talking about. And in a diametrically opposite manner, East, it is perceived as a symbol of trust and is the untold history of swastika. Let's get started. In this documentary, let's break it down into 3 parts. The first one is the heritage of swastika, how well it is popular across cultures around the world. And the second one is how swastika is abused by Nazis. And the third one is the more important reason why I'm making this documentary film, the Vedic heritage of swastika, its actual roots. Let's get to these topics. And that's the first chapter, the heritage of swastika across the world. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and so do the symbols. Right from the beginning of time, since humans came into existence, symbols in the cave paintings are one of the earliest known articulations of human thoughts. And with the evolution of the civilizations, the progression has been made by carving those symbols onto the walls of the temples or the tombs. And with further evolution, the script got evolved. Human articulate thoughts in form of alphabets or symbols. And if we go deep down, say the Hindi letter Ka or the English alphabet K or an Urdu alphabet Bay or a number 1 plus sign or even swastika, technically all are symbols representing a meaning and a purpose. Even our alphabets are also symbols, just that we have raised to a level of consciousness where we identify an alphabet with a sound, calling it as an alphabet and not really as a symbol. Let's try in doing this. Say, for instance, I assume that you don't know Chinese, just any random Chinese alphabet. It is just impossible for us to identify that it is an alphabet. We don't know whether it is an alphabet or a number or a symbol. So deep down, everything are just symbols. Once we get educated about it, then we start understanding and identifying them as numericals or alphabets or just symbols. And swastika is one such symbol with a clear-cut intent, meaning, and purpose. And let's try to understand what it is eventually in this documentary. A very interesting thing with swastika is it is one of the oldest symbols which has been continuously in existence since thousands of years. Take a look at the pottery here, which is from Greece. 760 BC, 400 BC, 800 BC. So that's almost like 3,000 years from now. And if you observe the way these symbols are hand painted thousands of years ago, is one thing we can say it for sure, that the symbol took the center stage in the aesthetics of that particular pottery. It is not just an ancillary decoration. The painting of swastika on these pottery is clearly intentional, and the maker really want to have this in the center, taking the center stage. Swastika is also found on the coins of the ancient civilizations like Minoan civilization, which is older than the Greek civilization. And the Greece itself, we have certain coins with swastika dating as far as 550 BC. And swastika is also found on the ornaments in the ancient civilizations that thrived in the Eurasia. And these, what you're seeing on the screen, are one of the oldest ornaments from Italy to Scandinavia, at least 2,000 to 2,500 years ago, currently under display in different museums, having swastika as part of their aesthetics. And like this, swastika has been found in many places across Europe, Asia, and Africa, and some traces in the Americas as well, dating back to a couple of thousands of years. And one point what I like to make here is swastika is a reasonably complex symbol, and it cannot just happen by intuition. Say, for instance, if you're talking about a square or a triangle, so these are very simple. Swastika, as you see, it's not that simple, or you cannot just into intuition or just coincidence. It cannot be a coincidence. It is definitely a common cultural fabric that has been shared by these ancestral civilizations. How the swastika traveled across these cultures over thousands of years. And many of these cultures do not exist. Very difficult to understand what is the cultural connect with swastika across the civilizations, which are long in time. But when we get to the east, the swastika is very much Islamic world in the traditions like Sanatana Dharma or Bauddha Dharma or Jaina Dharma. In these practices, swastika is very much an active symbol of peace, prosperity, and well-being, and is highly revered with all these three dharmic traditions. In Sanatana Dharma in the world, if Sanatana Dharma is revering swastika for a good reason, there must be definitely very deeply connected with it. But what's most important thing here is these three traditions, Sanatana Dharma, Bauddha Dharma, and Jaina Dharma, put together, they 1% of the global population, these three dharmic traditions, which includes Sikhism as well. But they do not swastika directly, but they do revere one of the holy symbols as it belongs to the dharma. Talking about 20% of the global population revere highly it as one of the auspicious symbols. Yet, in the West, swastika is a symbol of hate and racism. And let us try and understand how the symbol of peace got transpired into a symbol of hate. And that brings us to the second chapter, the abuse of swastika by the Nazis. And I want to talk as little as possible about the horrendous Nazi ideology. And just for the benefit of people who do not know about it, you have definitely heard the word of Hitler. is a barbaric dictator in Germany, and his ideology was a race of people who are certain races of people impure, and they kind of persecuted the Jews in millions, which is often called as the Holocaust, and is nothing less of what the British did to the India. The swastika was abused by the Nazis as their emblem. Now, I just want to focus on one very important data point regarding this abuse, and that is the reason I'm bringing this up. Let's see what it is. To get to the root cause of the abuse of swastika by the Nazis, we have to go back to India to early 1800s. Those were the days when the India is under the colonization of the British. We have Sir William Jones, who's posted in Calcutta as a judge, and William is a linguist and has immense interest in understanding the Oriental languages, including Sanskrit. And in the year 1821, he published his discourses or his research on different Indian languages, especially on Sanskrit. And his research holds an incredible place in the world history of last 200 years. This research of William Jones has transpired many things across India as well as across Europe. Now let's see what is it about. Here is a page from discourses of William Jones, and I'm quoting it. The Sanskrit language, whatever beats antiquity, is a wonderful structure, more perfect than Greek, more copious than Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, both Greek and Latin. So basically, what he's saying is the Sanskrit language is more perfect and beautiful than Greek and Latin, two main languages which are the foundational pillars of the Western civilization. And here is the most important thing. What he says is that no linguist could examine all these three, Sanskrit, Latin, and Greek, without believing them to have sprung from some common source, which perhaps no longer exists. So basically, what William Jones here is hypothesizing about is that Sanskritam, Greek, and Latin, all three of them have one common ancestral language which do not exist today. It is a hypothesis that he puts forward. And this hypothesis was eventually taken by people with vested interests, and they brought in a cooked up theory called as Aryan invasion theory. Now, I'll not get into AIT what it is. If you're not aware of it, please do your reading. Like I said, people with vested interests who are more racist in nature, and India has already been under the occupation of Europeans back then. So they kind of cooked up a theory called as Aryan invasion theory, which says that India was not just colonized now, but it was already colonized thousands of years ago by their ancestors who were Aryans. To establish that certain sects of Europeans belong to this Aryan clan. And this theory is abused by the Nazis to cook up a theory of Aryan race, and you know the whole story. This hypothesis made by William Jones and the presence of swastikas across the world in the ancient civilizations led to this horrendous Nazi supremacy ideology, which eventually led to millions of deaths and the World War. And the rest is history. And that's how the swastika is abused by the Nazis without knowing a thing about what it is or where it came from. Brings us to the third chapter, studying the Vedic history of swastika and where it all started. Let us try in decoding this mysterious symbol. This is not any standard, but this is just my analysis. Any symbol that you take has three very important components. Let's see what they are. Let us say I want to invent a symbol to convey an idea. The very first thing is the intent of the symbolization. Use swastika. That is the very first facet what we need to understand about swastika. And moving on to the next, the construct of the symbol. And here in our context, why is swastika written the way we know today? And why is it eerily similar across the cultures around the world? Why is that swastika written the way as we know today? That is the most important question. And then moving on to the third one. And why is the symbol named as swastika in first place? Are there any other names to it in other cultures across the world? Now, these are the three very important questions that we need to understand. Let me give a simple example and things will be a lot more clear. Say, for instance, take mango, the fruit. I want to write it down. Now, the very first thing is my intention to write the word mango. The second part, the construct of the symbol, which is here, I want to write the spelling of a mango. So I have to write M, A, N, G, and O, all these alphabets in a sequence. That's how I'm constructing this word. And the third one one is calling name. Now, how do I pronounce mango? The phonetics, the way I'm pronouncing mango, giving it a name and calling it back saying that this is a mango. Now, my intention of thinking about a mango and wanting to write the spelling of a mango plus the construct of the word mango plus giving it a name or pronouncing it as mango, all three are in one line and all three have to match. I cannot think of mango and write the spelling of an orange and call it as an apple. It's that simple. Same way, what is the intention of swastika? Why is it constructed that way? And why is it called as swastika in first place? All these three should perfectly match, not just for swastika, but for any alphabet or any symbol across the world. Now, again, I say this is not any standard. This is the way I looked at things, and this is my analysis. Now, let's try to understand the intent of swastika, the construct of swastika, and the name of swastika as to why is it called swastika. And let us start with the easiest one, the name of swastika. What does it convey? Now, this is very well known to many of us. Swastika is a sandhi of two words in Sanskritam, su and asti. Su means auspicious and asti is happen or made happen. So the word swastika means may the auspicious happen. It's a kind of a blessing. Now let us try to understand how swastika was called in the Greek civilization, which is the cradle of the Western civilization as we know today. What did the Greeks call it as? They call it as tetragrammaton. And the meaning of tetragrammaton is tetra as in four, and grammarion means the one that's made with four gammas. Gamma here refers to the third Greek alphabet gamma. Alpha, beta, gamma. So you see here the gamma, how it looks like an inverted L. So basically what the Greek version of swastika, it is called as the tetragrammaton, means a shape which has four gammas. That's what it means, tetragrammaton. Now moving on to the infamous Nazis who abused swastika. What did they call us? They did not call it as swastika, but they call it as Hakenkreuz, which means hooked cross. Cross as a plus and which has hooks in the edges. So that's what Hakenkreuz means, a hooked cross. Now, if you see these two words, tetragrammaton and Hakenkreuz, both explain the physical properties of the symbol, right? The way we see and perceive, they're explaining the physical properties of the symbol, while the Sanskrit word swastika explains the ideological property of the symbol. Swastika does not explain anything about how physically the symbol is constructed. Rather, we chose to express the intention behind the symbol. So one thing which is very, very clear without any doubt is the intention and the construct, the three things what we saw just now. Two of these things, the intention and the construct, are in line with swastika, but absolutely there is no intention being conveyed behind tetragrammaton and Hakenkreuz. They are just explaining the physical properties of the symbol. That's all. And the reason why I just took these two is the Greek civilization, as we know, it's the basis for the current Western civilization of this modern world. And that's the reason I picked up Greece. And the Nazis, of course, they are the ones who made it infamous. So that's the reason I just picked up these two. But you can do your analysis in which all languages it is called differently and try to find out whether it is reflecting the ideological position of swastika or the symbol, or just explaining it physically. This is point number one. And let's move on. Now that we understand the name of swastika, the intent of swastika, do not look on the three discussed: name, the intent, and the construct. These three should be always in line. And we just finished off with the name, and now we are into the most important topic, the intention behind swastika. So getting straight to the point, Rigvedam and Yajurvedam, these are the two ancient scriptures, especially the Rig Veda, which is the oldest known ancient scripture in the whole world. In these two Vedas, there is something called as Swasti Vachanam. And what you're seeing here is Yajurveda word Swasti Vachanam. And the meaning Swasti Vachanams are good words. Now, clearly from the Vachanam has a very noble purpose. Now, let us try and understand what it is. Now, Swasti Vachanam or Swasti Mantra, or is also called as Swasti Sukta, a couple of names to it. So basically, Swasti Mantram, there are sets of Vedic hymns that pray to Parabrahma, Indra, Vayu, and many other Vedic gods for universal peace, and prosperity of all living things on this earth. One very interesting thing with Sanatana is here people pray for universal peace. It doesn't say that it prays only for the people who believe in it. Understand what? That is the reason we say Sarve Sukhino Bhavantu and not Sarve Hindu Sukhino Bhavantu. Anyways, let's get back to Swasti Mantra. Now, what you're seeing towards the right is around 7 to 8 verses from the Rig Veda, which is nothing but the Swasti Mantra itself. And this is one of those 8 verses, and here is how it reads. Swastina Indro Vrudasravah, Swastina Pusha Visvavedah, Swastina Staksharyo Arista Nemihi, Swastino Bruhaspatir Dadatu. And the translation is, may God Indra of great fame bless us, may the omniscient Pusha bless us, may the protector Garuda bless us, and may Lord Brihaspati protect us. Now, these are the prayer hymns in which the word swasti is repeated 4 times. Like I said, the word swasti means showering the blessings of the gods, of prosperity, well-being. In that connotation, it is used. Now, this reference from the Rig Veda is the oldest known reference of the word swasti, which is the root word for the swastika symbol as we are using today. And like this, the whole Swasti Mantram continues, praying to the Vedic gods, seeking their blessings for prosperity and peace and well-being in life. And in these 7 verses, the very first one, it says that, let the noble thoughts come to us from all the 4 sides. Read the sentence. It's a literal translation of the first word, Ano Badra Kratavu, and so on. So let the noble thoughts come to us from all 4 sides. And the translation continues. But the important point, what we need to observe, is the very first line of Mantram, which says that let the noble thoughts come to us from all 4 sides or directions, is very much reminiscent of the articulation of swastika symbol with 4 legs. It could possibly be the same reason. And then the whole Swasti Mantram continues after that. Now, this is going to be a bit open-ended as we're going to analyze the facts as it is. Swastika is very often attributed to Sri Mahalakshmi. So there must definitely be certain relation between Sri Mahalakshmi and swastika. Now let's try to understand the word Lakshmi. And the Sanskrita meaning of Lakshmi is Lakshyate iti Lakshmihi. Basically what it means, we have a goal or a lakshya in life. Progressing towards that lakshya is our topmost priority for each and every one of us. And the mother goddess who takes care of us in the journey towards our lakshya is the mother goddess Sri Mahalakshmi. In fact, the Hindi word lakshya or the word Lakshmi, both in one, it's the same. So swastika could be reminiscent of the prosperity journey towards the lakshya. However, there are no scriptural references that I came across, at least till now, which confirm this hypothesis of attribution of Sri Mahalakshmi to the swastika symbol. Nonetheless, since many years, this has been the practice as part of Hinduism. One really swastika is attributed to Sri Mahalakshmi, then we also need to understand there is something called Yantra and Sri Vidya. Sri Mahalakshmi is often consecrated in the form of a Sri Chakram or a Sri Yantra or Mahalakshmi Yantra. So there are 2 geometric diagrams in which the divine feminine is consecrated. What you're seeing on the screen is a very ancient manuscript which shows a yantra that is drawn with hand. It is part of the Sri Vidya. Like this, we'll be able to get to the bottom of Sri Vidya somewhere to understand where exactly this
up in Murmansk and Archangel up near Norway. And I thought, how is it that I, a history minor in college, never learned that? So I went back to my college history book written by Richard Hofstetter et al. And I found everything that Hofstetter had deigned to tell me about that invasion, we could really call it. And it was the following half sentence, speaking about World War I. American troops were withdrawn from Europe by 1918, with the exception of a contingent from Vladivostok in 1920. So there's a half sentence about how we took our troops out of Vladivostok on April Fool's Day, it turned out, in 1920. Nothing at all about how we put them in. That's an example.
What was the origin of this book?
I taught for many years at Anglo College, a college in Mississippi that is predominantly African American. Then I moved to University of Vermont, so I went from the blackest to the whitest college in America. I was at Tougaloo, who was distraught by the fact that my students believed the following myth about Reconstruction. They believed that Reconstruction was that time period when black took over right after the Civil War, but they were too soon out of slavery, and so they messed up, and whites had to take control again. Now, that's a terrible misstatement of what happened in Reconstruction. For one thing, the southern states were governed by a black-white coalition led by whites. They did not go under black control. For another thing, many of the southern states, particularly Mississippi, had good government during Reconstruction. In Mississippi, the state government during that time period started the public schools for both races, whites as well as blacks, wrote a terrific new constitution, and did other things. And I thought, what must it do to people to believe erroneously that the one time that they were on the center stage of history in the American past, they messed up? What does that do to your self-concept? So I looked into how had my students learned this? Why did they believe it? And Tougaloo was a good college, is a good college. They had learned what was in their high school state history books. So I put together a coalition of students and faculty, and we wrote a new history of Mississippi called Mississippi Conflict and Change. The state rejected it for public school use. And it's another story, but we actually took them to court about that and won a First Amendment victory. So then I moved to Vermont, and I realized that in this way, as in so many other ways, Mississippi was not exactly different from the United States as a whole. It was just an exaggeration. In other words, I got interested in American history, not just state history, and realized that it too suffers from tremendous distortions and omissions and even lies.
What's your reaction when you drive down the highway and you see historical marker ahead? And then you stop. And then you stop and you read it. How often do you believe it?
It's a very important question because I call it lies on the landscape. I mean, we've got these historical markers all over the United States. The first problem with them is what isn't commemorated. I mean, all kinds of major events go unremarked because they're controversial or because they don't maybe show the United States in the best light. A recent one I drove past, in fact, I was situated near it for a week, is in upstate New York. And I was teaching on one of the Finger Lakes, teaching a bunch of history teachers, actually. And there's a marker there for General Sullivan's raid
teaching
against
a history teacher, like we should be
during the American Revolution. And it's got some very interesting doublespeak in which the marauding Indians messed up settlers and their and moved the frontier. Come on. Well, if you think about who's the settlers are actually the Iroquois. And in fact, part of what Sullivan did was burn their cornfields, destroy their orchards,
settlers were the Iroquois, and
tear down the settlers. These were not wandering people, these were not nomads.
Family.
But we actually took them to court about that and won a First Amendment victory. So then I moved to Vermont, and I realized that in this way, as in so many other ways, Mississippi was not exactly different from the United States as a whole. It was just an exaggeration. In other words, I got interested in American history, not just state history, and realized that it too suffers from tremendous distortions and omissions and even lies.
What's your reaction when you drive down the highway and you see historical marker ahead? And then you stop. And then you stop and you read it. How often do you believe it?
It's a very important question because I call it lies on the landscape. I mean, we've got these historical markers all over the United States. The first problem with them is what isn't commemorated. I mean, all kinds of major events go unremarked because they're controversial or because they don't maybe show the United States in the best light. A recent one I drove past, in fact, I was situated near it for a week, is in upstate New York. And I was teaching on one of the Finger Lakes, teaching a bunch of history teachers, actually. And there's a marker there for General Sullivan's raid against the Iroquois during the American Revolution. And it's got some very interesting doublespeak in which the marauding Indians messed up settlers and their and moved the frontier. Come on. Well, if you think about who's the settlers are actually the Iroquois. And in fact, part of what Sullivan did was burn their cornfields, destroy their orchards, and tear down the settlers. These were not wandering people. These were not nomads. The marker could best be understood using a phrase from William Buckley, polemics, history as the polemics written by the victors.
You say in the back that you worked on this book for 11 years.
Yes.
Where?
At the University of Vermont. I spent 2 years also at the Smithsonian Institution. I'm possibly the only living American who has slogged through 12 high school history textbooks from cover to cover. And then besides that, I had to do a lot of research on the things I've just talked about, for instance, the putting of troops into the Soviet Union, so that I would make sure that I got the facts straight.
Back in the back flap, this is going to be a little bit difficult to do. We'll get a close-up of it. Are the 12 textbooks that you wrote about? How did you choose these 12?
Well, for various reasons. I wanted to pick some of the bestsellers so that I would cover at least the textbooks that more than half of our students read. And there's one book in particular, used to be called Rise of the American Nation. And after we lost the war in Vietnam, it got retitled Triumph. It has over a fourth of the market by itself. Publishers are leery of divulging figures, so it's a little hard to know after that one what's the bestseller, but I tried to include several of the very popular books. I also included 2 older books. These are called inquiry textbooks, and they were written during the 90s. They were a little different. The other 10 books we would call narrative textbooks. They just tell a straight chronology and tell it pretty much in the authorial voice, the kind of omnipresent, omniscient, here's what happened and then here's what happened next. But the inquiry textbooks include more emphasis on primary sources, and then they ask students questions that hopefully get them thinking. These textbooks are no longer in print. The inquiry text movement didn't find favor with teachers, and it went out of existence.
Do people who write high school texts for history make a lot of money?
If they wrote Triumph of the American Nation. That is, if you get 1/4 market, that is a bonanza. And every textbook, it seems, and every publisher wants to have that book. And therefore, these books end up clones of each other. It surprises me. If you think about it, the city in which we are speaking, Washington, D.C., the school board is under black control. The same is true for Detroit, for New York City, for many other cities, and for some districts in Mississippi, for instance. But there is no black-oriented U.S. history. There's no U.S. history that, in fact, is what we might call multi-centric. I would say they are all Eurocentric. They are all clones of each other because each one wants to be the next Triumph of the American Nation.
Period. Telling the truth. All right, guys, we're going to end it on that. We had 4 hours. I went way longer than I wanted to. But I promised a couple of people I would come on TikTok. So it's a couple I might do a live on there as well later. I'm going to see. I haven't done my first one yet, but I keep thinking about it. All right, guys. Peace, love, and bliss. I want everyone to have an awesome day. And I will get back with you guys later. I might even do something later. All depends. If I want to show this quick information, if I can do something for like an hour. But if not, it'll be tomorrow. So peace, love, and bliss, guys. I'm out.